some reggae music, some reggae music, hey, reggae music, some roots music. Little have it that me sight up me brethren, little reasoning in a this time at season. Little have it that me sight up me sister. Tell me about a youths and them not listen. Oh Jah Jah, guide the youths them today. Oh me say, come in and the dance, yeah, we nice up the place. Come in and the dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this rhythm, them now feel this your flow. Who now feel this your rhythm, now feel this your flow. Who feels it knows it, yeah. Who feels it knows it. Yeah. You're the best by far. Your lips are smooth and looking so sexy. Girl, why don't you sit right beside me? Scoot, scoot, down there and we're drinking shots. Every inch I get closer to your temperature gets a little hot now. Hey, my she burning out the air. I ain't quenching up with no time. Hey, listen, wine. Remember me bending up with each other. Remember the long tongues, the word they like is ODA. So the weekend escalate. Seems like we already determined in our fate. Jesse, yeah. Oh no, no. Love season is in progress. But don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. But you know the shine is gonna take you higher. So now watch out, say, love season is in progress. But don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. But you know the shine is gonna take you higher. Take it slow. It's time to wind down and let you have. And all my eyes can do is stare. But I'm talking about pushing, love and rhyming, time the sheets of mercy, baby. All up on the bed, the floor, the porch, I even by the back, by the front door. Yes, yeah. But when it's cold outside, I could be a fire. Or when it gets so hot for you, girl, I'm going down, down, down. The body keep it getting higher all the time. You should have kept it much like now you're in trouble. Your body comes, you don't know where to touch you, yeah. Love season is in progress, it don't stress. Loving like a furnace on fire. Not you in the slime, but I'll take you higher. So now what y'all say, the season is in progress, it don't stress. Loving like a furnace on fire. Not you in the slime, but I'll take you higher. So now what y'all say, there are a couple girls that I see, and they're looking so lovely. So I introduce myself, my name's Candy. She asks how you do it. What in the rest is magic on it, yeah. As I sing a song, I sound like the sea, yeah. progress. Don't stress. Love like a furnace on fire. Natural is fine, but I'll take it higher. So now I just say, lessons in progress. Don't stress. Love like a furnace on fire. Natural is fine, but I'll take it higher. So now I just say, yes, sir. All right. This one dedicates all the goddamn. Well, I met this girl from the country. She wants to know everything that's about me. Are you single? What is your age? She kinda hesitate cause everybody plays the game. Well, I be to you what's so surprising. Was a stranger in your town, you walk by me. Can we just walk? Let's have a talk. 1 minute and you will see. Oh, la da dee da dee. I can tell by your eyes, swing my way. It's a love that's for real, Miss Lady. Come on, wine with me, now baby, now she knows I got a remedy, the real thing, not only physically. I need a lifetime lover, a lifetime lover. Now it's getting kinda serious. Don't be scared, don't be delirious. I need a lifetime lover, a lifetime lover, yeah. So incredible. Well, how we play. I'm for you and my heart. Girl, I had yours. The roads are complicated. Just my appreciation for you. And girl, I love the way your body fits mine. Just a daily dose of your love. I need the most. I need your love, love, love. Love, love, love. Because every morning, every day and night we argue, girl. Even though we always fuss and fight, you still mean the world to me. Let's try to fix the problems, cause we're falling apart. I'ma love you over again, like I loved you from the start. Yeah. Small kind lovers rock, high rise origination, marination right here. For all the lovers out there.
Oh, Signa uli di sombranza e su ita saluda antes di niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a no distância como cupo palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la notte nai banderata caigui, pues atensan y bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Marshallese, FM7 tomorrow as we all get down. Whoa, yeah, it's going to be a good time when we're all together, showing our island pride, 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 yeah. Whoa, yeah.
Good morning, Guam. Right on.
Woo, good
Whoa, whoa. Good morning, 621. First hump day. We're putting the A in hump day.
one.
First hump day of 2022. It's the
And
fifth day.
yes,
of
it is
January.
the morning, everybody.
Yeah,
although
it's the morning, Jay. Good
the-
morning.
The sky would kind of like argue otherwise.
Yeah, because it's tomorrow daylight savings time.
How do we go from like just a couple weeks ago, like having these wonderful?
Because it's tomorrow's daylight savings time.
Seriously, I mean,
It's getting dark at like 6 o'clock, right?
yeah.
Yeah. And it's getting light at 7. Some 6 anyway. It's a scientific thing. Don't ask me to explain. Hi, good morning. Right on.
But for those of you who went back to school, good luck. Focus. Keep your game face on. We're gonna talk about that, but
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about, guys. There's a lot. First of all, there was a video release that the governor came out with last night around 8:30. We're going to play that up for you guys. The news of the high number of positives started making the rounds early yesterday afternoon. Man, Jay, you know, it's
You got tipped off to this before we actually officially got the numbers.
yeah,
right?
because I'm in with a lot of the doctors, not in with it. They know I work for the media, basically. And so they were reaching out to me and they're saying, hey, you guys got to get on this. They're like, we're going to see. At first, it was like, there's going to be triple-digit positives.
Mhm.
And then later on, one of the doctors sent me that there's going to be 200 plus.
And the
so-
official number is 210 cases out of
1,000.
1,393. That's a positivity rate. And you know, like I put a lot of faith in the positivity rate because you know
Right.
that's incontrovertible math. But 15%
Yeah.
of the samples taken on December 3rd. So that was on Monday.
Right. So that test positivity rate, it's crazy. And-
210.
Yeah, and so that's what happened is the doctors started sending it around, and then they started sending the concerns. Where are we with the bed space of the hospital? Where are we with the preparations? Because as you recall, we played last week a soundbite from the governor, and she said she's acting under the assumption that Omicron's already here, and for the people of Guam to prepare as if a super typhoon was coming. But, you know, I don't know about you guys, but when the super typhoon's coming, I don't wait until we're getting 200-mile-an-hour winds to put up the shutters. You can tell these guys never put up the shutters in the typhoon because you don't wait until the typhoon started to secure your area. Right? You don't. You don't wait until the 200-mile-an-hour positive Omicron wind is blowing to start securing.
And I know I even saw like in some of our chats.
I'm sorry,
people
I
were
was delirious now.
No, people are like, "Oh man, Omicron is here." It's like, guys, Omicron's been here probably for
It's
like
probably been here
several weeks.
because it's with the testing, right? And just imagine, guys, if you will, how many positives we would have had if people could have gone and got tested all day. As you recall, last week testing was only 3 days a week. This week they increased it to 6 days a week, but it's only for 3 hours a day. It's from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Talk about inconvenient. But if our people had the ability to go and get tested all day, I'm pretty sure we could have seen way more positives. So I mean, I don't know. The governor had an address, which we're going to play in a little bit, and she said that they're going to increase the testing hours starting next week, right? But again, with this COVID, it's been 2 years. Why aren't we positioned to move quickly in this pandemic, right?
Well, if you are a young person,
Oh, yes, Jay. Yeah, I'm listening.
yeah, starting today, since you bring it up,
Yes,
yeah, so
fellow young people, attention.
yeah, so the testing is available at Teton every day, like in the morning, like Chris said. But there are clinics opening this afternoon at Machinana Elementary School in Dedido, and tomorrow at Estumbo Middle School, both from 3 to 6 p.m. 2 vaccination clinics. If you need to get your shot, and based on the numbers last night, there are probably many people who are now giving that some consideration. But so if you need to get your shot today, Machinado Elementary School from 3 to 6, hosted by Public Health and GDOE.
Right.
And then tomorrow over at Estumbo Middle School, both in Dedido, also 3 to 6 for vaccinations.
Right. And so that's one of the ways that they're putting up the shutters. When we listen to the governor's address here, she'll say that is part of her plan to combat the Omicron, is to bring the boosters and vaxes out to the school level. And in her address, she said that would start this week, and it is. So we're also getting Superintendent John Fernandez on this morning to talk about what's going on with GDOE. And I'm pretty sure one of the big obvious questions, God, I bet Superintendent John sprouted like 85 new gray hairs yesterday. You know what I mean? Here we are just trying to move forward with this school year. And this darn pandemic just won't cooperate. Pesky pandemic. Sorry, guys. At this point, I don't even know what to do. I mean, it is what it is, right? Every time we pat ourselves on the back and put a pin on it, it starts up again. And so that's where we're at right now. It's 200 some positives. I was talking to Dr. Hoa Wen, who arrived in last night. He's going to jump on tomorrow. He's got a crazy day today. They're slammed at the clinic level.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he was basically saying that if you look at the case counts, it's like 20, 40, 70, 200. And so he's anticipating that's going to keep increasing. But again, the governor in her address talked about the 3 T's, which is test, track, and treat. Okay, I think, I don't know, why didn't we stand up full-time 8-hour testing starting this week? It's a valid question. It really is. Staffing shouldn't be an issue. We've got, hundreds of $1 millions in ARP funding to pay people whatever we got to pay them to get out there. It really seems like if we're going to get a handle on this, that we need to find out how many positives we have. And it's kind of hard to do that when you're only testing people for 3 hours a day, especially given that, people have lives, right, that they're also trying to live. So, I mean, I don't know. That's what's going on. And we'll get all the info coming out from Superintendent John Fernandez about school, any pivoting they're planning on doing. They have a whole COVID scoreboard, dashboard that they do. GDOE kind of does like their own reporting outside of the Joint Information Center. So they sent a release last night that they're starting up again.
And interestingly enough, because they are like by far the biggest agency in
Right.
the government of Guam.
Yeah.
They got like what, 6,000 total staffers, and
It's
and
probably
the students are like 30,000
Yeah.
that they've got to be responsible
Yeah.
for. Interesting you bring that up because Isaiah Uggan from our news team filed a report last night, and basically the headline summarizing this whole thing is GDOE's kind of advice, position, recommendation, what have you, is that family involvement is going to keep COVID like out of the schools, because the parents have been saying, I'm really, really apprehensive about sending my kid to school because I don't want to send them into the belly of the beast, into harm's way, however you want to phrase it, and everything like that. But GDOE is also saying that's completely understandable, that's fine, but it also starts at the home too.
Right. But see, we're right back to this same conversation where if you're a parent and you're finding out, especially when you hear some doctors saying that Omicron may affect kids more than it affects adults. So as a parent, totally reasonable for you to figure out what you want to do with your kid. And this is a conversation we had months back with the soup. Is there going to be an option? Will they preserve a kind of option, a third option for parents who are just like skittish about Hey, our governor said it. Prepare as if we're going to get hit by a super typhoon. Well, question, do you send your kid out in the middle of the super typhoon? No, you probably don't. So that's what I'm saying. If they're saying prepare for a super typhoon and we get the 200-mile-an-hour winds already, then it's a little conflicting here, and it's a tough message. And it just turned on like that overnight. We're now in this place where we have 200-some cases, where you got the governor giving an 8-minute address at 8:30 at night.
I was thinking about something. I was like, because you've always kind of like,
well, my son
unofficially said, like,
well,
we're
first
in
of
a
all,
surge.
bro, my son, my middle school boy, is slated to go back to school face to face next week. He's unvaccinated. You know what I mean? So, and that's a choice as a parent that I made and his mom made, and it is what it is, right? And I'm just not sure if that's, I mean, I know some people out there might say, well, that's a risk you're putting on yourself, but it's not really, right? Because we've moved in a different direction to respond to the pandemic in far less serious situations. So how serious is this going to be? I don't know. I was a little excited this morning because we had confirmed. Oh, hold on, Jay.
Okay, so what we know is also that the FDA has also signed off, and that just happened yesterday, that the booster shots are now authorized for children 12 to 15 years old. We also have seen in the states that several states, several counties, several municipalities, what have you, and they're actually kind of delaying their start back up at school.
I'm sorry, Jay. This whole thing with the governor and the super typhoon. I mean, you don't send your kids to school in the super typhoon, governor. You just don't. I don't know if you send your kids into school to super typhoon, but hell, I ain't. You know what I mean? So that's where we're at right now. It's this conversation, and like I said, John Fernandez probably sprouted 85 new gray hairs because now you're going to have parents asking you, hey, what about the Omicron? So what's the plan, really? And I was excited, like I said, because yesterday we actually got a call here on the show from, there's a new spokesperson for the governor. Apparently they've kind of changed up the division of labor over at the governor's office, Jay. So Crystal Paco San Augustine is the
Communications
director. So she is the director of there's actually a communications office.
Yeah.
And so I know that they had brought over Tio Lujan, who used to be, I think he was at the Post once, and then he was
former KUM intern too.
Former KUM intern. They
Ken
also
Quintanilla, who also used to work here.
That's right. They also have Ken Quintanilla.
Very good reporter.
Right. Yeah, very good guy. And I think Tio used to work for Senator Talina Nelson.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they have an office of people whose job it is to communicate with the public. But the irony of that is they don't really communicate with the public. And so we actually got a call yesterday from the spokesperson for the governor, Logan Regis, who is also the digital engagement manager. I know the name sounds familiar is because we kind of talked about it here on the show, or he had been hired into that position for $65,000 a year. And anyway, he called in the show yesterday, but we're about to do the news. And he wanted to join in the conversation. And you guys know full well that there has been a highly documented and publicized gag order on this show. I mean, we've had it confirmed from very qualified and experienced cabinet members of this administration who have told me straight up. And I respect the confidence they shared it with that, we can't come on because there's been a directive given down. And so when Logan reached out to come on the show, I was kind of hopeful because I figured maybe it's a new year, new me kind of thing, right? And they realized that they checked out on us during the surge where we had a lot of our older Manumco dying. They were just AWOL, right? Public health, no presence at all. During that Delta surge, it was crazy. We were in that for weeks. We hardly heard from the governor. And so I was hopeful that this year would signify a sea change and that Logan would come on this morning, and that's what it was. Is he said, "Oh, I'm the spokesperson," and I want to start off on the right foot. So I said, "Well, what are you cleared to talk about?" And I'll send you some topics because it's been a while, and there's a lot of stuff. Because if we want to know anything now, if you don't catch the governor, the protocol is you WhatsApp Crystal Paco San Augustine, and then she'll respond to whatever they choose to respond to via WhatsApp, which in 2022, to me, it's a little much to get your information that way in what they call a public health emergency and what they call an impending super typhoon time. Right. And so I sent him a whole bunch of topics and he was like, oh, I'm easing into it. So I said, oh, well, here's what I would ask about. And we planned for 7 a.m. this morning. But this morning I got a message from him that he won't be able to make the interview. So I also reached out to Artson Augustine of Public Health last night and said, hey, this is the deal. If you guys need to come on to get the word out about vaccination, boosters, whatever, because we're here to help. Really, we want to use this platform where we have Facebook Live. We have the Breeze 93.9. We have KUAM TV. We want to use this. Come and use me, please. I mean, seriously, come on, use this platform. Jump on, tell us the plan, whatever. Are we going to ask questions? Of course, we're not idiots. But we're all grown-ups here, and that's part of life. That's part of the job. And so, regrettably, we won't get Logan on this morning. I don't know what happened, BTS behind the scenes or whatever, but it is what it is, and
that would have been trial by fire. I mean,
Well, I mean, not
from what we understand, this would have been his first public statement or public event that he would be speaking in an official capacity for the administration.
Well, I think he hosts stuff on their Facebook page, like when they do like ribbon cuttings and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a well-spoken guy,
and he's actually got like a lot of experience in in public relations, and he was in marketing for. Right, like a lot of years.
A little different, though. I mean, that's
of course.
Public service is not public relations.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and it's not marketing. Yeah,
but talk about like, okay, well,
Yeah, I mean, it would have been
rookie starting the Super Bowl, first game. Oh, by the way,
don't make it all that, dude.
Oh.
I mean, I would.
Drew Bledsoe goes down. Who's this kid who runs it? Tom Brady? Who's that?
You know me, guys. I'm just a big teddy bear. But I am gonna ask the big questions, and they're not even that big. See, the thing is, when you're not accessible, then every question is like a hard question.
And I'm sure there are people who are going to have a bunch of questions because, again, the numbers from last night.
Yeah.
Okay, coming off what we know, right? I'm dealing strictly with facts here. Is what we know is Public Health was telling us as recently as last Thursday that the reason for the slight increase in positive cases on a daily basis was because of gatherings going all the way back to Thanksgiving and preparations for Christmas and New Year's and people going around and doing, whatever. And then as of yesterday, we had 44 positive cases over a long extended holiday break. So I was like, okay.
That was on Monday,
yeah. And then today, just based off of Monday's testing alone, 15% of the 1,400, nearly 1,400 people that got tested. Correct. About 200, from 44 to 210.
Yeah.
I would really hope that would give you pause and just say like, wow, okay, this is happening. Yeah. This is real.
Yeah. And I don't know, call me crazy, but if you're sending out a message to the people of Guam via video at 8:30 at night, clearly that's not enough. If people are waking up and they're seeing that we have 200 some positives, that, we were told to prepare for a super typhoon that's probably already here, there's going to be anxiety, frustration that they're feeling, and in a perfect world, you would have your public health authority on here saying, this is what we're doing, we're on top of this, or you would have, the governor or the other lieutenant governor or the Logan Regis or the Crystal Paco San Augustine to come on and say, hey, guys, okay, we got this or whatever. Okay, Chris, whatever questions you got. I mean, that's just like how grown-ups operate in an adult world, but clearly 2022 is, what did someone say? It's 2022, TOO. So, yeah, okay. Pun intended all the way. 6:39. Yeah, and so people have a lot of thoughts about this. Should we have reinstated the quarantine? What could we have done differently? What could we have done? Period. And so now, again, it kind of seems like we're reacting after the fact. But let's go ahead and get into the news now, Jay. It's Wednesday, January 5th, right here on the link.
You want to do the news first? Or you want to play the governor's thing since that's like the elephant?
Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and play this. This is an address that came out from the governor, the office of the governor, last night at 8:30. It is a special address January 4th, 2022, COVID-19 update to the people of Guam. Good morning.
Half a day. On Tuesday, we reported 210 positive COVID-19 cases, our highest case count in a single day since October 29, 2021, when we reported 111 cases at the tail end of our last surge. At the time of this recording, there are 11 COVID hospital admissions, none of whom are receiving ICU level of care or are on a ventilator. Our CAR score is 22.2. As public health officials forecasted, surges in positive cases often follow holidays such as Christmas and New Year's due to increased travel and gatherings. Paired with the emergent and highly transmissible Omicron variant, this development is likely what we are seeing today. Although our island does not currently have the specialized expertise needed to identify specific variants, we remain in constant communication with U.S. health officials to determine and address Omicron's presence in our community. After beating 3 surges, our people know what to do. We know how we can move stronger. We know how we can move smarter. We know how we can move safer. We can do so much to prevent our hospital from running out of beds, to prevent unnecessary loss of life, and to prevent our healthcare workers from being overwhelmed. If only we realized ahead of time now what is asked of us to preserve the health of our families and our island, we will act quickly to save lives. As we have acknowledged, my administration and our expert professionals in healthcare have been very closely monitoring our cases and transmission trends since the outbreak of the Omicron variant in South Africa 2 months ago. 2 out of the 3 deaths reported on Monday tested positive the same day they were dead on arrival to the hospital. This could mean they were unaware of the severity of their symptoms, or they waited until it was too late to act. I am concerned about this trend, but I am more confident in our protective measures to minimize hospitalizations and severe illness and prevent deaths. As students, educators, and support staff are returning to school, and as many others are returning to work after the holidays, we must act with sincerity and vigilance. Please, for your health and those who love you, do not wait until it's too late. Look for emergency warning signs. Seek emergency care immediately or call 911 if you have trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, or bluish lips or face. Please, for your help and those who love you, get vaccinated and get boosted. Nearly 130,000 of us have done our parts to get fully vaccinated, including over 12,000 teens and about 5,000 children. But only roughly 39,000 booster shots have so far been administered. This tells us that many people still need a boost, especially if it has been 6 months or more since your last COVID vaccine. And the opportunity to get your vaccine or booster remains available at no cost and is widely accessible through public health vaccination clinics, which recently has been expanded in partnership with the Guam Department of Education and would be made more available at certain schools after hours starting this week. Taking these steps, in addition to seeking COVID-19 monoclonal antibody treatment, are our best defense to overcome this deadly virus. And so, we are pleading with you to take them for your protection. On our end, we remain committed to stopping the spread of this virus with every resource we have at our disposal. This includes having our healthcare responders execute the 3 T's of our trusted approach. We test, we track, and we treat. We resume public testing 6 days a week from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday to Saturday at the old Carnival grounds in Tijan. And starting next week, we will expand testing hours. If you have been exposed to a positive case, or if you are experiencing symptoms, I am urging you to quarantine and get tested immediately. On Tuesday, Public Health began administering brand new Q COVID-19 test kits. This test is completely free of charge and helps make our operations more efficient to get your results faster and easier with access through a text message. With increased testing, we are taking prompt action to track the contacts of positive cases, minimize transmission rates, and identify new cases quicker than before. On top of enhanced testing and tracking, we also have the tools to help people get better faster. Since September of last year, we have been providing monoclonal antibody therapy at our hospitals and the Mangilo Senior Citizens Center. So far, we have treated over 1,000 people who know the benefits of this treatment. This therapy lowers your risk of developing severe symptoms and needing hospitalization, and it will make a great difference for people who have comorbidities or compromised immune systems. A year ago, we did not have this life-saving treatment. We did not have these advanced test kits, and all of these measures that we introduced, refined, and revamped are game changers that will guarantee us putting our best foot forward. As I have said before, we must take urgency and respond to Omicron as if it is a super typhoon. Like putting up shutters and securing our homes, we must reinforce wearing our masks, washing our hands, and watching our distance, in addition to getting the vaccine, booster, and treatment. With these important tools and guiding strategies as our protection, we can and we will move stronger, smarter, and as a people united for the common good. People who put lives first, people who can and will prevail again and again. May God guide us all, and may God bless Guam.
There you go, the governor of Guam with that special message. Came out at 8:30 last night. I mean, we got it up on our Facebook page. We definitely want to share that with you this morning. Changes, restrictions? No. The takeaway there, Jay, was that we know what to do already. Mm-hmm. And so let's do it. The governor, again, with that typhoon shutters thing, vaccination, the boosting, that's the most important shutter. And the testing, which will increase to more hours next week. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, guys, it's 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Mm-hmm. You have just that little window. I really wish that they would increase the hours starting yesterday or something, because I think with these 200 cases, what you're going to see, Jay, is an overwhelming demand for people who want to get tested.
Sure.
Right? It's 6:49. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news. Miss a link, miss a lot, so don't miss it this morning. It is, again, Wednesday, January 5th, the first Wednesday of 2022 with the very latest. In for Sabrina Salas Matanani from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning. And, of course, you just heard those words directly from the island's chief executive herself, Lulian Guerrero, talking about what the state of the island is right now and what the anticipated changes, as Chris was just saying, as far as testing. They will be expanded, as he just said, next week. And this news comes on the heels of yesterday's somewhat of a bombshell announcement that 210 cases, 210 new cases of coronavirus out of 1,393 tests were run on Monday. That is a positivity rate of better than 15%. The CAR score, on last Saturday, we've been talking about this all day yesterday. Last Saturday, it was 3.1. Yesterday, it was 9.0. Today, it has skyrocketed. The CAR score this morning, 22.2. So from 9.0 yesterday to 22.2 yesterday. Of course, remember, The CAR score is the metric that measures the infection rate in our island community and how fast things are spreading. So again, as of the weekend, 3.1. Yesterday, 9.0. That's an alarming increase itself. This morning, 150% increase thereabouts, 22.2. There are now 11 people also that have been hospitalized for COVID-19. 8 are vaccinated and 3 are unvaccinated. Tomas Manglona is standing by, and he has this morning's headlines from the newsroom. Here's your link update.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Tomas Manglona with your headlines here on The Link. A whopping 44% of local households who need the trash pickup service aren't paying for it. And by as early as the end of this year, the Guam Solid Waste Authority may be launching a mandatory collection policy. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The governor has mentioned the plan before, and during his reappointment confirmation hearing before the legislature, GSWA Chairman Andrew Gale mentioned it again.
This is where we would mandate solid waste fees and collection from all island residents who are eligible to receive service from the Guam Solid Waste Authority.
GSWA's commercial revenues have slumped since the pandemic as fewer businesses are creating less trash. To stave off a potential rate increase, Gale says the governor has chosen to provide GSWA with some $5 million in American Rescue Plan funding for fiscal years 22 and 23. Meanwhile, GSWA believes that while they have 21,000 paying customers, there's an estimated 17,000 households that are avoiding trash fees.
We think the largest percentage of municipal solid waste from those other 17,000 residents comes from a technique called piggybacking. What piggybacking means is they take their residential trash and put it in someone else's bin. Right? You might have one household that might share 2 bins.
Gale says, according to their consultant, of the 60 or so jurisdictions they studied, Guam is one of only 2 that does not charge a mandatory residential fee for trash pickup.
Concept that we're talking about is spreading out that cost among the entire community. Municipal solid waste collection is a sanitary issue, and we need to be able to collect and properly dispose of that solid waste for a healthy environment for us and all of our residents here on Guam.
But officials are expecting some pushback. As one senator put it, $30 may be a lot of money for a lot of people. Gale says the governor's office is also concerned about those who can't afford it, and they're working on establishing a lifeline service. He says the administration may be announcing the plan within the next month or 2. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And it's another step forward in finally getting more people land under the Chamorro Land Trust Act. Senators held a public hearing on Speaker Therese Terlahi's bill to adopt amended rules and regulations to ensure the CLTC complies with a settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. Here's more.
The U.S. DOJ entered a settlement with GovGuam in May of 2020. It resolves a lawsuit alleging that the Chamorro Land Trust program was discriminatory and violates the Federal Fair Housing Act. But Guam successfully argued that it actually expanded eligibility. Speaker Therese Terlahi's bill moves the program forward with amended rules and regs.
The Commission found that the proposed modifications or amendments to the Chamorro Land Trust Act and the rules and regulations of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission would more clearly demonstrate that the Chamorro Land Trust program is a land restoration program meant to rectify the unjust taking of Chamorro homelands by the United States federal government between 1898 and 1968.
But attorney Mike Phillips, who worked with the Attorney General on the settlement case, wanted to make one point clear, that the onus is on the commission and not the claimant.
The moment you are able to show or share that your dad or your mom or your grandfather came from Sumai, you're automatically qualified. Automatically, because they took all of Sumai. That's the way it's supposed to be.
And acting CLTC Director Angela Camacho says that's what they're trying to do.
As much as possible, we really try to show it through documentation, but there is that attestation where they could just say that this is where their family lived and this is who lived there. And it's creating conversations within families. I noticed where there's this discussion about, who their great grandparents are and things like that. And we're not trying to make it difficult, But we are making sure that when the Attorney General's office calls our office, we're able to provide some type of documentation to show that we are following the settlement agreement.
But Phillips says the success of the program will eventually come down to what it always seems to come down to: funding.
Whatever they need, we should give them more because they need to catch up. And I know it costs money. So it's always going to be a question of, well, if that's really a priority, are we willing to give them the resources? It's a great thing if they have the resources, but if they don't have the resources, they can't do it. And it would be it'd be a mess to even impose that on them, because then we're setting them up for failure.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And the Food and Drug Administration has expanded the eligibility of the Pfizer booster shots to children ages 12 to 15, as well as shortening the time between the second Pfizer dose and the booster for everyone 12 and older from 6 months to 5 months. Daniel Perez reports.
With the FDA now expanding the emergency use authorization for Pfizer's booster shot to kids 12 to 15 years of age, Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero says DPHSS now needs to wait for the CDC's approval before implementing it on island.
We get the vaccines from them, and so we have to follow from what they recommend. We have to follow that recommendation. And usually 2 to 3 days after FDA makes their approval, the CDC sits down and discusses it, and they tend to make the same recommendation as the FDA.
Dr. Leon Guerrero also spoke on the shortened time frame between the second dose and booster.
I think the vaccine immunity lasts a little bit longer, but still, so cutting it down to 5 months, we'll get a lot of these people who, if they waited for the 6 months, might have caught the disease. So I'm kind of happy that they did.
Dr. Leon Guerrero added that possibly by the end of the week, Guam could be following the recommendation made by the FDA once approved by the CDC. Public Health's Interim Chief Medical Officer also had a message for those who got their vaccines and boosters.
First of all, I want to say thank you to those people that did get vaccinated. I mean, we had a nice problem, if you want to call it nice, but we ran out of vaccines because people are getting the vaccines. They're taking it to heart what we're saying about getting vaccinated. So to the people of Guam that are following the recommendations, thank you very much. It would have been a much worse event if they didn't follow us.
Dr. Leon Guerrero continues to urge those who aren't vaccinated or boosted to do so, as getting the vaccine and booster will help prevent residents from experiencing severe symptoms. With children now back to face-to-face learning, Public Health also encourages parents to have their kids vaccinated to further protect them from COVID. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And in regional news, the Sinamay House of Representatives will soon vote on the articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres. The unanimous decision was made by the Committee on Impeachment in their first meeting Tuesday afternoon.
Special Investigating Committee on Impeachment hereby begins.
And less than an hour after the gavel dropped, the bipartisan committee unanimously voted to move the articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres to the full House.
With 8 members voting yes, House Resolution 2214 will be addressed via committee report and will be sent to the full body for action by the full House.
The governor faces 6 articles of impeachment, 2 for commissions of felony, 2 for corruption, and 2 for neglect of duty. At least 14 of 20 lawmakers would need to vote to impeach Torres. 13 legislators signed the pre-filed resolution.
Perhaps the writing is indeed already on the wall. No one among us takes this action lightly. No one can say this process was rushed.
Some residents weighing in favor of impeachment before the committee vote Tuesday afternoon.
Let's restore trust and loyalty to our people and not a corrupted leader like the Sinamay Governor Rob Guerrero.
When the management of the island is not right, it's time for change. Right now is time for a change.
2/3 of the House vote to impeach, the Senate would hold a trial. At least 6 out of the 9 senators would need to vote to convict Torres and ultimately remove him from office. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, next let's go to news from the island crime sectors. One of the defendants involved in the death of 23-year-old Jaron Wilbacher is seeking to be released from custody.
22-year-old murder defendant John Maliaga appeared in local court for a motion hearing today to be released from jail and be placed on electronic monitoring. He, along with his co-defendant, 31-year-old Fiataguluwi Aki, were indicted in October of last year following an altercation that occurred outside a Tumuning restaurant that claimed the life of 23-year-old Jaron Wallbacker. Maliaga's attorney, Pete Santos, suggested that Maliaga's participation in the events were minimal and that upon research and investigation, the government, at best, has a misdemeanor case. Quote, "The facts that are available without having witnesses is that Mr. John Maliaga was involved in slapping the victim. There were other people that assaulted him, and these are confirmed by the government witnesses." He continued, "He was reacting to a commotion that he saw, and he was not the instigator. He doesn't pose a threat to anyone or the victim's family or the public at large." He also noted that Maliaga has no criminal history. Prosecuting attorney Rochelle Canto, however, disagreed and argued that the government has video along with Maliaga's testimony that will show that he not only struck Wallbacker, but continued to strike him after he fell to the ground. The government asserted that Maliaga faces severe charges in the case and asked the court that he be placed not only on electronic monitoring, but also have third-party custodians if he were to be released. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan noted the two parties' proposals and ultimately sided with the government, taking into consideration that Maliaga has only been on Guam for 2 years. The 22-year-old faces murder, aggravated assault, and 2 counts of assault, while Aki faces manslaughter and aggravated assault. The hearing was continued to January 13 at 10 a.m., during which the proposed third-party custodians are to be present in court. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
We were telling you about what's going on with DOE and now back in class. And of course, as Chris said, Superintendent John Fernandez scheduled to come on the link later on this morning. But for the time being, it was back to school from Christmas break for some 26,000 GDOE students on Monday. It was the first day back from the 2-week holiday break and reportedly turned out quite well.
It was back to school from Christmas break for some 26,000 Guam Department of Education students Monday. Michelle Franquez, the interim public information officer for GDOE, told KUM News on Tuesday that the first day back from the 2-week holiday break turned out well, noting some small traffic congestion.
It went rather smoothly. I mean, our usual traffic congestion with students being dropped off, but it was a very smooth and just a very uneventful day in terms of just students returning. For some of the schools, it was very minor. It may have been congested, but with our school teams, everything was moving along as smoothly as possible. And we really didn't have any issues that were reported from our school principals. So that's actually a great point on our return from Christmas break.
Franquez added there were also no reports of busing delays. About 24,000 students returned to all 41 GDOE school campuses, while the rest resumed classes remotely. Franquez noted attendance rates for students were good.
We actually had a low number of absenteeism. So a lot of our students who are registered for the face-to-face in-person instruction were in attendance today, or at least yesterday. And we're still continuing to just monitor and progress, as yesterday was just day 1 of the return. So we'll be watching the updates and just monitoring the progress throughout the week.
There were no issues with employees returning back to work. However, Franquez said, quote, there may have been some minor teacher shortages, but there were pre-approved extensions of leave. Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center reporting 71 new COVID-19 cases Monday. Franquez has this message for parents who may be hesitant to send their children back to school.
We understand their hesitation and their concerns. We do know that there was a little uptick in some of our cases for COVID-19. All we do ask is that this is a community effort and this is a family effort, to kindly remind your children that, just to stay vigilant, wash their hands, have their hand sanitizers, have their mask on. And then also note that with our GDOE families at our school sites, that we continue to ensure our students are safe and following the COVID-19 mitigation protocols.
GDOE reminds parents to do their part by keeping their children home if they're experiencing cold or flu-like symptoms. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
And of course, we've been talking about COVID-19 in our island community all morning long thus far, and from national Headlines: the CDC is estimating Omicron is now 95% of circulating COVID cases in the mainland. Health officials reported more than 1 million new cases yesterday, and that number likely includes totals from the weekend, but the 7-day average of new cases is now close to 500,000 per day. Wendy Gillette has more on why people don't have to wait as long to get the Pfizer booster shots.
Hospital beds are filling up at Cook Children's Medical Center in Fort Worth, Texas. One of those patients is 8-month-old Olivia McKinney.
It's scary, and you never really think that it would be your child. But my daughter can sit here and she's coughing 30, 45 minutes at a time.
Nationwide, an average of 378 children were admitted to the hospital every day from December 22nd to December 28th, a 66% increase from the week before. With cases surging, the Los Angeles School District is requiring all students and staff to show proof of a negative test before returning to class next week.
So many people we know have gotten it recently.
There's confusion over which test is the most accurate. One epidemiologist tells CBS News rapid antigen tests are what's needed to stop the spread.
PCR as a technology is too sensitive.
Dr. Michael Minna is the chief science officer at eMed, a biotech software service company that enables authentication of at-home tests for public health reporting.
The appropriate tool in this pandemic to answer the question, do I need to isolate? Am I infectious and a risk to my neighbors? Is using a rapid antigen test, because it only stays positive as long as you are infectious.
And the CDC is now giving the green light to Pfizer booster shots 5 months after the second dose instead of 6 months. The move comes a day after the FDA authorized the change. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
Okay, we continue our coverage of the above-step recruitment debacle now, as the OPA has launched a GovGuam-wide audit, as you know, and leaders spoke out about that forthcoming action.
Public Auditor BJ Cruz will be conducting a GovGuam-wide audit on above-step hiring. This according to the OPA's 2022 calendar year audit work plan. Above-step hiring, as reported, the practice of government hiring someone at a pay grade or step higher than what the person would normally make entering a position because of exceptional qualifications or experience, or because a position is hard to fill. Above-step hiring has been making headlines in the last quarter of 2021, particularly in government health agencies like Guam Memorial Hospital and Public Health. And while GovGuam officials have said it's a valuable tool to recruit hard-to-fill positions, senators have found supporting justifications for above-step hires lacking.
When you depart from that merit system, or you do above step recruitments, then it is sometimes results in morale issues for the rest of the government employees who've been working in that agency for a while and believe they are also qualified and should be equally eligible for those positions.
The Guam Memorial Hospital was the subject of an oversight hearing on above-step hiring, and it was revealed that GMH's Hospital and Communications Marketing Director was recruited above-step twice in the same year. Another recent above-step recruitment at Public Health for Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director Grisinda Uggan was recently announced. Uggan slated to fill a new classified position at the Children's Wellness Division of DPHSS. While GovGuam officials say the practice helps them hire quality personnel, senators say abuse is always possible. Senator Sabina Perez.
We need to do a better job in government to, create more equity and fairness in all aspects. Whether it's purchasing or hiring. It is demoralizing.
Other audits in Cruz's 22 calendar include a review of physician contracts at GMH, an audit of sole source procurements. Third on the list of proposed audits, the government-wide look at above-step hires. Minority Senator Tello Taitagui.
The government of Guam above-step hiring practices, he's going to be busy with number 3, that's for sure. A lot more so than anything else, I think.
For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
Good story for you now. This one is going to make you smile, and for very good reasons, as a local cycle enthusiast used his passion, his gift, and his motivation to raise funds and do what he does best for the Make-A-Wish organization.
I woke up
bright and early, about 3:30 a.m., got all my gear together, started the ride from actually my house in Talafofo, and rode from Talafofo down to Agana Shopping Center, and was there by 5:30 in the morning. And sure enough, there was about 20 cyclists already ready in the parking lot waiting for me.
As we reported last week, professional cyclist Edward Onorang wanted to close out 2021 with a charity ride to raise funds for the Guam CNMI chapter of Make-A-Wish. For the last weeks of December, Onorang called upon the community to make donations via PayPal, and in turn, he would trek 150 miles around the island on New Year's Eve. And on Monday, he presented a check to Make-A-Wish for $1,100. Make-A-Wish President and CEO for Guam and the CNMI, Eric Tidinko, who also participated in the ride, said he was overwhelmed by such a gesture.
Our organization exists because of the generosity of the community. So any sort of fundraising that we can accomplish locally, we're so appreciative of it. So I was definitely quite pleased to hear about that. Excited too.
Funds raised will help Make-A-Wish continue its mission in granting wishes for children who are critically ill in Guam and the CNMI. And for that, Onorang is truly grateful.
Thank you, everyone, so much for your donations, for your motivation, for joining me on the ride. None of this would have been able to be completed without, the whole community.
And as we always do, we celebrate our island's natural language, the language of our ancestors. And here is Uncle King Conception that has your Chamorro news update sponsored by First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos Anapades to get something with the Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gilunes makonfirma ni Joint Information Center na test mapinino ni COVID-19. Jatutar 263 por todo na fenaita desde março na mês 2020. Imina 271 sama pronuncio na mata e matugato gi Guam Memorial na hospital gi dia 24 de Dezembro. Palawan no 76 anos na idade, mabakuna logo hasia 8 niya. Positibo i test niya mismo na dia. Imina 272 sama pronuncio loki ane matugato gi GRMC gi dia 1 gi Enero. Lahi no 58 anos na idade, mabakuna jaja na dia na matesta positibo para COVID. Imina 263 sama mata loki gi dia 1 gi Enero. Ane matugato gi GRMC. Palawan ni 47 anos na idade, esta mabakuna logo hasia 8 niya. Na test na positibo para COVID gi después de fenaitaina. Mas asunto, Departamento de Saúde Pública e Serviço Social sa paramamento dos na klinik binakuna ni para matutuhon pago na dia giza dededu. E klinik siya sa mamaskezo para distila stress hasta las 6 ki papuengi gi matsanano na eskwela na elementario zay webes loki dia 6 gi Enero gi astumbo na eskwela na elementario parewa na ora. I GDOE Public Information Officer si Michelle Franquis asangan este na hinanaw sa parusabin sa jimanay na para ajuda estudanti siya no profan mabakuna kontra este na pesti. Mamakumbibida kon todo azu siya hi walk-ins. Yung tumuna sunto gifinu Chamorro para paugo na Medculis gini KUAM News kasi 4.1 milyon pesos na salapi tax refund sa paroma release kiman mamayla siya na dia. Este na refund sa para 389 na tax return naman Thailand at si naman ma-file antes si dia 15 de Dezembro. Gi press release sa linya magahaga Luliang Guerrero na gwinigi nuevo na sakan makontinue ma-onray deposita sa unia para mabansa muna na parcent tax refund gil masading na durante gi historian este na disiplina. Para ang check i-estaw izon mizo tax refund, halong izon mizo account gi www.myguamtax.com na nasabi zi lookup status of 1040 refund na inasgayon. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinu Chamorro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals. Track your progress and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Hey, good morning. That was Chamorro News with Uncle Ken Conception, KUAM FM, Agani Guam. We are the Breeze. This is the link. Got a special birthday shout out going out to Papa Ricks and Nicholas.
Right.
Coming from my girl, Callie Joe. He's 81 years old, but Callie said he looks 31, and she said I look 29. So, thank you, Nenny. You guys ready?
So he's 81 years old.
Yeah, but
Let's celebrate the octogenarians.
that's it. Right on. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear
Papa
Papa
Rick, and
St.
everyone
Augustine.
else whose birthday it is today. St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas.
Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo, it's not COVID.
May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Papa Rick, St. Nicholas,
and everyone else whose birthday it is today too.
Happy birthday to you.
We're back after the break. The link continues next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tsumoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Who cares who's right or wrong? Why does every single thing have to feel like a human competition? I've been we all a part of the same damn species, 'cause it doesn't seem so. We were born with positive instincts, yeah, misled by the media's control. Just gotta believe it, just get it out today, the power of your mind. Forget what the negative people say, just lean into the light. Just gotta believe it, just get it out today, the power of your mind. Forget what the negative people say, just lean into the light, lean into the light. humanity. But on the front lines where you'll find we fighting for the truth, changing unrighteous beings and blocking out our false realities. Cause if you follow we will follow you into the light. Said if you follow we will follow you. And this what the evil man say. Follow me into the darkness, yeah. But if you follow him, he will drag you down. He will drag you down. He will drag you down. No longer aware of what's around. Follow us into the righteous light, don't you? Just gotta believe it. Skiddy-da today, the power of your mind. Forget what the negative people say. Whoa, just lean into the light. Just gotta believe it. Skiddy-da today, the power of your mind.
Hey, 726. Super Typhoon Omicron. I know they sent us some samples, but I don't think we've heard back from the CDC. But let me just tell you, that Dr. Ho Wen, who used to head up the Physicians Advisory Group back when we actually used to hear from them, he texted me yesterday. They just came back last night from, remember he went to Florida. I think they had a family thing that they eventually ended up canceling. Yeah.
Panhandle too, so he's
Yeah.
You know, and then of course he's actually said that he's his eldest daughter I believe is in college in New Orleans.
Right, and so that's where he flew off
where
from.
he used to live. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's saying that, I mean, God forbid that the case is double.
Yeah.
I mean, when we know how transmissible the Omicron is. Remember, if you guys are going to go get tested, you only have until 11 a.m. to do it at TGen. And then I think there's Jay, can you just run through the testing?
Yes. So vaccinations, if you want to get the shot, if you've determined that you either need to get your second shot, your booster, or for the very first time you get it, no judgment. You're doing what you can to take care of yourself and our island community. Go to tinyurl.com/VAXGuam, and that is the URL that's going to set you up with an appointment at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. If you want the most central location, right? That's in Mingilao. You're in, you're out. The whole thing takes about 20-25 minutes max. If you want to stay closer to home, you can either get your shot Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at the Dedido Public Health Center or down in Inalahan. That is tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. If you want to get tested, please do so. That's at the Teaden, the former, the Carnival grounds. I guess you can't really call them former, but yeah, they open in about 33 minutes. So if you want to get tested, head over now.
Right on.
Or you could always go to your private clinics too. Your primary healthcare provider.
Right. And we'll play the governor's message coming up again. She had done a message, came out last night, 8:30. And she basically said that they're going to increase the testing hours starting next week. And then she had also talked about a new type of test that they're going to be using. And we'll play that coming up in just a little bit. 7:28 now. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box from the Guam Ethics Commission. He is the executive director. Jesse Kanga back on the show in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Jess.
Hey, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Jason, and to everyone listening.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How was your New Year's, Chris?
It was pretty well. I slept through it, so I mean, nothing new.
Yeah, Jess was saying down in his beautiful home village of Agate, things were a little noisy.
I'm sure, yeah.
Enough said. Yeah.
Just leave it at that, right? Jess, so thanks for coming back on, and I guess we'll just start with what is the latest with the Guam Ethics Commission?
Thank you, Chris. When we last spoke, I had mentioned that there was an opportunity for us to work with the legislature in amending our statute and allowing the commission to obtain legal services. I think that was discovered around September of last year when the AG opined that we could procure for all goods and services except for legal. And so the commission acted quickly, presented a resolution to the Guam legislature requesting for that change. And that a bill was introduced, and I'm very pleased to report and very grateful for the legislature having passed Bill 205, which inevitably got signed into law as Public Law 3667. So if I got my numbers correct, and I believe I do, now the commission is enabled to secure legal services, and I believe that has been a critical component that's been missing in order for the commission to actively hear cases. So the steps from here are we produce what would be a request for proposal, soliciting interested and capable vendors who would be able to provide those services to the commission.
So can the public now file complaints, and have there been any complaints filed against any officials?
We have not gotten any official complaints filed with the commission yet. Can they file? Inevitably, I believe they will, and we'll provide information on how that will be possible. So the first thing that we need to do is conclude the process for securing the council, who will advise the commission on what parameters they will need to follow in order to adjudicate these investigations properly. Once that happens, then we'll have to go through the process of investigating and then deciding at the commission level if conviction occurs.
I want to say, Jess, I mean, no offense, but I feel like we've been asking this question for about a year, maybe a little longer, but what's the holdup though? Because I mean, so the Ethics Commission was it like 2019 when you guys were kind of stood up again?
The first set of commissioners were appointed in the latter part of 2019. That's correct.
Yeah, so it's now
Then
2022.
there was a conversation about no budget. I mean, just to go through a little bit about the history. No appropriation to the commission that eventually came in 2020. They did a search in the latter part of 2020, and then in 2021, that's when I was selected to take on the role. So we started our meetings in 2021. The commission's been non-existent for so many years, and it's expected that as we start to begin operation, we're going to uncover things that need to be changed. The law that allowed the commission to have legal counsel was one of a few things that we raised that we were very grateful the legislature had amended to make the law stronger for the commission. Legal counsel, as you know, is very important. Even the legislature is considering that they won't be able to have session, at least considering that January might not have session because of the absence of counsel. So what more the commission itself? We know that's critical. We don't think that there would be any prudence in having these cases heard and not doing it the right way. And then, there might be a valid complaint that is mishandled simply because none of us have expertise in the law and have not been doing this properly.
So you couldn't just like start accepting complaints and then just stick them in a box until you're all stood up? Because I mean, I just want to say that I feel like this administration has been blowing the horn that, like you just said, there hasn't been an ethics commission forever. Well, there still isn't one, basically, if people can't officially file complaints. And I feel like there's a lot of things happening where our elected leaders maybe don't have the willpower to pursue things through to the end. So I feel like the Ethics Commission, it should be something that the people like me or anybody here, Joe Sir, the average Joe or Cefa Cruz, should be able to watch the news and, maybe there's an audit about the port that's out, or maybe there's above step shenanigans that are going on, and they should have this avenue to file these complaints, especially if we're going to hold up that, we haven't had an Ethics Commission in so long, and let's break ourselves, our arms patting ourselves on the back for it. But, so where are you guys really encountering the roadblock? Is it coming from the administration, or is it just, it is what it is?
No, and I mentioned that there was a requirement in the change of the law. So the commission could not have counsel outside of the Attorney General unless there was an amendment to the statute which enabled the commission to do so. That law was just enacted December 27th, so right before the new year. We're the first week of 2022, and we've already started the process for securing the counsel as authorized now by that new public law. What will happen once counsel is made available is the commission is then able and empowered to adjudicate these claims with the guidance of legal counsel. So I hear you, and I want to assure you that that is just as important to us. We've been doing this as expedited as we can, but in compliance with the law. It wouldn't be fair because a lot of individuals that are stepping forward have expressed frustration or concern for what they believe is an injustice to them because officials have not violated the law in their eyes. So it would not be of any service to them if we in turn also violated the statutes, like doing procurement that's not sound, securing counsel while we're not authorized to do so. I think that sets a bad image. And quite honestly, out of all offices, we definitely need to follow the standard. We need to be a model that follows the law, and we're doing so. It is unfortunate about the timeline, but I think if you were to compare any other entity, we're doing incredible time, all things considered, since this has been dormant for almost 30 years now. And so a lot of these things are being uncovered now that there is actually an entity in place that is going through the process and then discovering where there were gaps in the original legislation and how we could bridge those gaps.
So when do you anticipate that people can actually file an official complaint?
I can share with you what is happening now. So the first critical step that's required is for us to obtain legal services. So we'll be issuing out a request for proposal, and then that's going to go through the statutory timelines that allow as many vendors as possible to provide their bids. And then once we review and select an award, we'll have counsel on board, and then we'll present it to the commission that with counsel, may we now begin the process for conducting these complaints and investigating the complaints and having the commission itself render a decision whether a violation had occurred or not. So I can't give you a clear timeline. I want to say it is soon. We are already in the process of soliciting the vendor for legal services. So once that component is complete, then we'll know that I can give you a timeline for when complaints will start to be accepted and investigated by the commission.
Have you guys had any members of the public or anybody reach out with the intention of filing a complaint only to be told that, oh, we can't accept it now because what you just said?
We have. We've had a number. Just this week, I had someone come by the office. Our door's been open and we had an honest conversation. Clearly, that individual was frustrated, and I empathize with that. But, I think at the end of the day, when we started to share our reasons for why we couldn't accept the complaint, that reality is we want to be able to handle this as it deserves justice. And we don't want to do disservice to their complaint, which may be valid, by not hearing it appropriately or in conformance with the law. So if we do this the right way, it is going to ask that they be a little patient. I think they'll be satisfied with the result, or at least satisfied that it was heard fairly for both parties.
So you mentioned this week, but how many other instances did you have where people showed up to make a complaint, or they express an interest in making a complaint only to be told that there's no framework for it now?
I can think off the top of my head, there's probably a handful of individuals, and we actually keep a record of all the folks that have come by, whether through email or in person, to say that they want to lodge a complaint. So we keep that information on hand. So once the process does open up, we've assured each of them that we would reach out to them and say, please come by our office and let's go through the process and initiate it so that the commission can begin its investigations. So I think, Chris, even for yourself, you've mentioned since last year, there were a number of things that you thought the commission could consider or investigate to find if, in fact, there was a violation of the code of conduct. And I think once those processes open up, I'll be sure to reach out to you too and see where we might lead with that.
So these instances were a handful, you say, are we talking about more than 10, less than 10 total?
I can't say for certain, but we have a number, and we do have a listing of individuals that have visited our offices and have expressed and interest in filing these complaints. The reason why we don't have or want to report out the actual numbers because they may want to file something then, and then when the process is open, decide that they no longer wish to pursue an investigation. So I'd like to give you a real number once that process is open, and then we can report out on how many active investigation the commission is.
But I mean, I
actively
think that's
pursuing.
newsworthy that you guys, I mean, whatever the reasons are, you're not stood up, and the public is basically knocking on your door because they want to do something about things that are happening in our community. So it's totally newsworthy that there's no process in place after 3 years. Jess, I know you feel me on that, but what I want to ask is, in the name of transparency, could I FOIA like your log or your emails to share with the public that, hey, you know, people are trying to file complaints, and you know, I mean, there's basically, for lack of a better term, getting the door shut in their face. I mean, it's sad, Jess.
I hear you, Chris. And Chris, whenever you feel like there's information that we have available that you want access to, and you don't have to go as far as a FOIA. You can give us a call
So
or
that's
write
what I
me a
was,
message, and
right,
then we'll
right.
review what information we have that we can share with you. If that is public information that we can comply in sharing, then that will be shared with you and any other individual that wishes to review.
So that's what I was saying, was like, based on your reading of whatever laws are applicable with the disclosure, would I be able to obtain that information? Or would you guys say that, oh, because the process hasn't been officially started, we can't tell you?
Well, I can't answer that specifically because I'm not quite sure I understand what the request is.
Well, you said there were
Oh.
emails that were sent and that you keep a log or a record of people who have come to the office with the intention of filing a complaint. So that would be the information that I would want to get.
So we'll review if your complaint is allowed for us to disclose, and I think if it is, then absolutely I'll provide that to you.
But I mean, even something as simple as like a log or any kind of correspondence, would you consider that releasable to the public?
The statute on the freedom of information is clear that open messages and records of government are accessible to the public. There is also statutes that enable the commission, and there are provisions that specifically outline what is confidential. So as long as your request doesn't cross the line in what is considered confidential information, we'll provide that to you and any other individual that makes those requests.
Could I just then make do I need to put it in writing, or could I just ask here that you provide us with any communications about any complaints that, or intentions of filing a complaint you provide to us?
You're asking now, so I'll take note of that request, and then at the end of the call, look through the statute and any other information to see if we can share what we can share and what will be shared with you.
Are you
I
able
can
to
send you a message after this call.
Thank you, Jess. Are you able to share with us in any way, even like very generally or vaguely, or, you know, wink if I'm getting hot, the nature of any of these types of complaints? I mean, were they regarding like specific situations or, you know, specific officials?
And I can share with you right now, we don't have a lot of information from those that have expressed interest as to what the complaint is surrounding. So even if you ask me now, I couldn't tell you because we knew the process needed to be in writing. That is outlined in our statute. And currently there is nothing in writing from individuals in the public as to what is the complaint surrounding and who are the officials being charged. So I think to answer that question rather directly, I don't know that answer. I couldn't tell you what it's surrounding and who's being affected by the charge.
Right. I mean, you're a smart guy, though, and you watch the news, read the news, I'm pretty sure. Were there any situations you felt like, wow, that would be something that presents an interesting situation that, you know, possibly, right, we could look at?
Within our statute, there are 3 things that we're unable to do. We can provide advisory opinions to individuals that before an act occurs wanted to clarify if there would be a violation having done an action. The second thing is to actively pursue, open up, and investigate allegations or charges against public officials who have violated the code of conduct. I can share that the commission, it would require 5 members of the commission itself to actively open up an investigation that isn't lodged from an individual in the public. I'm not a commissioner. That would be dependent on the commission and then them deciding whether or not to pursue an active investigation and render an opinion if a violation had occurred. I'm not sure. Do I read the news? Absolutely. But I don't know if I can comment on any specific situation, because if in the event that leads into an active investigation, we have to promote a fair and honest investigation and not have the perception that we were biased from the start.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, that's why I feel even weird, like, bringing any situations up. But here's one. There was this above-step recruitment that was announced through the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and it was an attempt to recruit above step sitting cabinet member, the Deputy Director of the Department of Youth Affairs, Crescinda Uggan, right, who is, again, a sitting cabinet member. Anyway, we're able to interview the governor on it, and as I'm sure you're well aware, having served in the government of Guam, there's a process, right, for classified positions in the government of Guam. And that process is you put in your application, and then, you know, in a perfect world, it's judged on the merits, right, and in the merit system, not based on, like, who's close with the governor or whatever. So anyway, we did this interview with the governor, and she said something that I think really raised a lot of people's eyebrows. She said that she appointed the deputy director of DYA to this classified position, which I know doesn't make any sense because you don't really appoint someone in a classified position. That's for unclassified. And anyway, so if I'm someone who applied for this job and I turn on the news and I hear the governor saying, oh yeah, I appointed the person to that position, me as someone who applied for this job believing that it was a fair and open and, you know, a merit-based competition, I would feel that there was a huge ethical violation there. And, you know, I mean, I probably would, if I could afford to get a lawyer and, you know, take it to court. And that's where you guys come in, right? That's where you would, like, this is why you exist.
Correct. So the commission itself, you wouldn't need an attorney to represent you. It would be the commission who would act as the body that would actively investigate, use their legal counsel to read the laws and statutes relevant to the case, and decide if a violation had occurred. If the commission undergoes such an investigation, there would be due process also afforded to those that are charged with the allegation. This includes active serving as to the outline of what are the charges held against the public official, and affording them 20 days to respond to the investigation before the commission deliberates on all the evidence provided, as well as the testimony and responses received by both the complainant and the person that's being accused. And from that, all the information compiled will be what the commission reviews and then actively deliberates if a violation had occurred and what to do once a conviction occurs.
Do you think we should hire lawyers instead of commissioners, and that would just kind of do away with the whole counsel question?
Well, it depends. I think the commission provides some added value. These are individuals that come from varying backgrounds with no relation to any official within the government of Guam. So a lawyer's perspective is different compared to other perspectives, which I think the commission helps fill. So here is a collection of minds that I think will probably or properly adjudicate any complaint, because they're looking at it independently and not having a different scope or lens to review it with. The lawyer is a tool that enables the commission to actively investigate and render decisions in compliance with the law. It doesn't negate that the commissioners themselves have the ability to see right from wrong and decide through majority if a conviction is held against a public official.
What's next for you guys? Is there a meeting coming up, or?
There was a meeting last week, Thursday. It's recessed for this week, Thursday. We're going to continue with our mandatory education program required for all boards and commissions. This is essentially where we review the enabling statute and updates to the procurement law, and are sharing with the commissioners their roles and responsibilities. And then it's an opportunity for the commission also to set and and answer the question you just asked, which is what's next? What is our strategic plan for the year ahead and beyond? As well as my performance evaluation will be on the agenda.
How do you feel you've performed as the executive director?
I think all things considered, I'm very anxious to hear that from my commissioners. My self-assessment is I've seen where we found great success, and I've also seen where we can dedicate ourselves and where a little more work is required. And that's, I think, expected of any organization. So I'm anxious. I look forward to hearing how I'm rated by my supervisors and seeing what we can do to do better in the cases that we need to, and then continue the success in the cases where we've found success. In addition to that, the commission is also recently having to conduct ethics and government training. And we've had, I think at the end of 2021, over 300 government officials gone and completed the training through our office. And then this year, we're expected to complete this training and have over 2,000 officials. In total, there's 11,000 government at Guam employees. And so we are targeting that by 2024, 2025, everyone would have gotten their first round of ethics training and then all be on the same page as to what are the rules of conduct, code of conduct for all government at Guam officials, and what would happen if you violate any of those codes, and how the commission has an ability to investigate and render those opinions against officials who go against them.
Is this training open to the public? Let's say someone, in the public thinks something is ethically, wrong, but they're not sure. So they're like, oh, I want to go into this training.
Chris, if ever you wanted to attend the training, by all means, you can attend the training. I'll let you know. We just recently released our 2022 calendar. So you can look at the dates and see, which ones you want to pop into. We try to get the training. We know that within statute, there are at least 10 topics that have to be covered. It's a 4-hour workshop. We cover everything from the procurement law, contracting law, gifting, conflicts of interest, everything that relates to Title IV, Chapter 15, which is essentially what is the code of conduct for all public officials, appointed, elected, and also the, run-of-the-mill workers in our government of Guam system.
Last thing, just to maybe address the public. There's a lot of shenanigans going on. Like I said, we've brought you on over the last couple years because I think people were hopeful when this ethics commission was established, because it did appear to be an independent body that we could take, serious complaints to, and there's no shortage of issues. So I feel like the public's frustrated, especially when we find out that people are trying to make complaints and they just can't. So what would your message to the public be?
I want to share with the public that we are very much concerned and interested in having this process set up. We're doing this as best possible in conformance with the laws, and we're very grateful that we hope to have that soon. I think I was just talking with the chairperson yesterday. The commission has, at every meeting, wanted an update on when they could begin accepting complaints. And at our level, we're doing everything humanly possible to have that process up and running and as quickly as possible. So I think from that, I look forward to the day that I can appear in your show again and let you know not just about what the commission is actively doing, but maybe even a status in some of the investigations and what information we can share. So I look forward to that, Chris.
Thank you, Jess. And then let me know if you can send that stuff over without a FOIA, and appreciate it.
Will do. Thank you so much. You
There
have
you
a
go.
great day.
You too.
Thanks for the excitement.
All right. Was that exciting? Okay. I guess it was. 7:54. Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 5th, 2022. Yeah, that's frustrating. It's frustrating because I remember in 2019 how ecstatic we were and how much credit we wanted for standing this ethics commission up. And that was the whole tone of the conversation, was it's been forever. No other governor wanted this. Right? And here we are. And it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is, right? They can talk about the statute and talk about the law and talk about how they're moving as quick as they can. But, 3 years later, really, Sorry, outside looking in, especially when you find out that there are people who are showing up to file complaints. That's huge to me. Can you imagine if you were so fired up and you've taken it to a senator, they didn't do anything. Maybe you took it to your mayor, they didn't do anything. Maybe you went and parked at Adeloop, they didn't do anything, right? And so you see this beacon of impartiality, of independence, this Guam Ethics Commission, right? I mean, just the Guam Ethics Commission. It's up there. You know what I mean? It should be up there. And you show up to go file a complaint. They're like, oh, sorry, we're not accepting any complaints. We don't have a lawyer or whatever, but we'll take your name down. Yeah, it's jaw-dropping. Really, it is. And we need it. I mean, you've got the public auditor coming out with all these crazy audits, with these crazy findings, right? I feel like we need it. If you know, and there's certain senators who are trying as hard as they can, right? But just a couple. Really, there's a few, like handful, right? I mean, I actually could count them on one hand. The ones I think are really trying to like play that role of check and balance. So that's just frustrating, man. And you know, I hope that we can get Jesse back on this year to say, yeah, bring it on. Send in your complaints. Because until then, what's the point, really? It's 7:56. Let's take a quick break, and we're going to go on to KUAM TV. Yes, we've also got Superintendent John Fernandez of the Guam Department of Education coming up here on the link, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. We're back after the break. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Dokumu Pacific.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Morning, Guam. It's 8:02. Off a day, KUAM TV. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir. It's The Link, Pacific Points, Galvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of the show. First hump day of 2022. 51 more hump days to go, my friend.
For certain companies, it is payday also.
Really? Oh, that's right.
For
yeah.
those that get paid on the 5th and 20th.
That's right. For those companies where they pay their employees on the 5th and 20th, today would be their payday.
Yeah, including us.
Oh, wow. Not too loud.
But speaking of numbers, the number you want to pay attention to,
Yes.
well, actually, there's 2 or 3 of them, depending on how you look at it. 210 new cases of COVID-19
Right,
in our
yeah.
community confirmed yesterday out
Yeah.
of about 1,400 samples. That's a positivity rate of 15%.
That's not good.
That's not good.
The
And
CAR score is 22.
22.2 up from 9 flat yesterday. That's an
And
increase of about 100.
You know what that means? That means we got a video from the governor. Yep. Numbers like this, they were like, and I got to give the gov credit because this was like a one-take Jake.
Yeah, this is what, a 7.5
It was like 7.5 minute video, and we were talking during the
No
break.
editing.
I was like, man, their production team they're on it, but the irony is that we pay for that. That's I was just like laughing, like it is so ironic that they probably have better gear than us that we, the people of Guam, paid for, and that they use this gear to produce these videos so that the governor doesn't have to go on the link or wherever. And it's just anyway. Anyway, so we're going to play this message from the Gov. It was released last night around 8:30, Jay?
Sometime around 8:30, yeah.
Right,
It was after the news, obviously.
Right. But the buzz with the high number of positives actually started in the early afternoon with some doctors, where I know that there was a couple doctors who were messaging different chats. They also reached out to me, and they gave a heads up that we were going to see a high number of positives. But then they started asking the questions that I think doctors, you expect them to ask, like, how are we ready for this?
And if you don't pay attention to this stuff every single day, or, go through it with a fine-tooth comb or commit it to memory, I mean, I get that. Like a lot of people are burnt out with this kind of stuff. Some people just aren't, super hardcore into it. But 210, right? Let's put this into perspective and show, like, how it's changed, like, from day to day. The 210 new cases that were reported last night were about 5 times the number of new cases that were reported the previous day. It went from 44 to 210. I mean, that is startling. That's not, outliers or anything like that. That's a lot of people who tested
Yeah,
positive.
and then if you consider that the testing is limited, yes, it's been ramped up to 6 days a week starting Monday, but it's only for 3 hours a day, right? So that's from 8 to 11. It started now. We really should be testing at a much higher rate if we're trying to identify, what did the governor say? There are 3 T's, which is test,
trace,
track, and treat.
Okay, yeah. There you
Right, and so we can't put test as the first T if you're only testing 3 hours a day. You know what I mean? So
if you happen to drive through Manila, I mean, there may be in the next couple of days more people that are
One
at the
to the-
Manila Senior Citizen Center
Right, yeah.
receiving the monoclonal antibody treatment.
Right, and then that was another number that the governor had put out. They've treated about 1,000, she said, people with the monoclonal antibody treatment. And I think if you kind of like measure that with the number of positives we had, I'm curious, and it would be great if we could get public health on to talk about this. Is 1,000 treatments of monoclonal antibody treatment, is that where we want to be? I mean, is that satisfactory? Should we have had more people getting this treatment? Was there a shortage of the messaging promoting this treatment? Because it's a huge treatment. I know people who've taken it, and for the most part, they're like better the next day. Some people get a little bit sicker, especially if you wait longer and you have more severe symptoms. They tend to kind of take like a day to turn the corner, right? But it's huge. It's a great tool.
And one of the biggest champions now of the monoclonal treatment is the Speaker of the Legislature, because she herself received it. And she said when Teresa Lahi went there, she goes, I was blown away how I was the only one there. She goes,
Exactly.
why are more people who are positive not getting this? Because she's like, it worked for me.
That's the thing. It's like you can have the digital engagement, right, on the governor's Facebook, on Adaloop's social media. But at the end of the day, I don't think that people look to politicians for trusted information. They just don't. I mean, the only people who really think highly of politicians are the people who work for them. And that's just the reality. It's just the way politics is, right? People want to hear information from trusted media sources. And that's why we're here to give you guys this info. And so we'll start by playing this message from the governor right now at 8:07. Again, this is The Breeze, and this is the governor of Guam, Governor Lilian Guerrero, with her COVID-19 update that was released last night, probably when you were getting ready for bed at 8:30, in response to the 210 new COVID-19 cases that we saw reported out of the Joint Information Center yesterday.
Half a day. On Tuesday, we reported 210 positive COVID-19 cases, our highest case count in a single day since October 29, 2021, when we reported 111 cases at the tail end of our last surge. At the time of this recording, there are 11 COVID hospital admissions, none of whom are receiving ICU level of care or are on a ventilator. Our CAR score is 22.2. As public health officials forecasted, surges in positive cases often follow holidays such as Christmas and New Year's due to increased travel and gatherings. Paired with the emergent and highly transmissible Omicron variant, this development is likely what we are seeing today. Although our island does not currently have the specialized expertise needed to identify specific variants, we remain in constant communication with U.S. health officials to determine and address Omicron's presence in our community. After beating 3 surges, our people know what to do. We know how we can move stronger. We know how we can move smarter. We know how we can move safer. We can do so much to prevent our hospital from running out of beds, to prevent unnecessary loss of life, and to prevent our healthcare workers from being overwhelmed. If only we realized ahead of time, now, what is asked of us to preserve the health of our families and our island, we will act quickly to save lives. As we have acknowledged, my administration and our expert professionals in healthcare have been very closely monitoring our cases and transmission trends since the outbreak of the Omicron variant in South Africa 2 months ago. 2 out of the 3 deaths reported on Monday tested positive the same day they were dead on arrival to the hospital. This could mean they were unaware of the severity of their symptoms or they waited until it was too late to act. I am concerned about this trend, but I am more confident in our protective measures to minimize hospitalizations and severe illness and prevent deaths. As students, educators, and support staff are returning to school, and as many others are returning to work after the holidays, we must act with sincerity and vigilance. Please, for your health and those who love you, do not wait until it's too late. Look for emergency warning signs. Seek emergency care immediately or call 911 if you have trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, or bluish lips or face. Please, for your help and those who love you, get vaccinated and get boosted. Nearly 130,000 of us have done our parts to get fully vaccinated, including over 12,000 teens and about 5,000 children. But only roughly 39,000 booster shots have so far been administered. This tells us that many people still need a boost, especially if it has been 6 months or more since your last COVID vaccine. And the opportunity to get your vaccine or booster remains available at no cost and is widely accessible through public health vaccination clinics, which recently has been expanded in partnership with the Guam Department of Education and would be made more available at certain schools after hours starting this week. Taking these steps, in addition to seeking COVID-19 monoclonal antibody treatment, are our best defense to overcome this deadly virus. And so, we are pleading with you to take them for your protection. On our end, we remain committed to stopping the spread of this virus with every resource we have at our disposal. This includes having our healthcare responders execute the 3 T's of our trusted approach. We test, we track, and we treat. We resume public testing 6 days a week from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday to Saturday at the old Carnival grounds in Tijan, and starting next week, we will expand testing hours. If you have been exposed to a positive case, or if you are experiencing symptoms, I am urging you to quarantine and get tested immediately. On Tuesday, Public Health began administering brand new Q COVID-19 test kits. This test is completely free of charge and helps make our operations more efficient to get your results faster and easier with access through a text message. With increased testing, we are taking prompt action to track the contacts of positive cases, minimize transmission rates, and identify new cases quicker than before. On top of enhanced testing and tracking, we also have the tools to help people get better faster. Since September of last year, we have been providing monoclonal antibody therapy at our hospitals and the Manilo Senior Citizens Center. So far, we have treated over 1,000 people who know the benefits of this treatment. This therapy lowers your risk of developing severe symptoms and needing hospitalization, and it will make a great difference for people who have comorbidities or compromised immune systems. A year ago, we did not have this life-saving treatment. We did not have these advanced test kits, and all of these measures that we introduced, refined, and revamped are game changers that will guarantee us putting our best foot forward. As I have said before, we must take urgency and respond to Omicron as if it is a super typhoon. Like putting up shutters and securing our homes, we must reinforce wearing our masks, washing our hands, and watching our distance, in addition to getting the vaccine, booster, and treatment. With these important tools and guiding strategies as our protection, we can and we will move stronger, smarter, and as a people united for the common good. People who put lives first. People who can and will prevail again and again. May God guide us all, and may God bless Guam.
Of course, Governor Lulian Guerrero, in a video released after 8 p.m. last night, in which she detailed the state of the coronavirus and its impacts on Guam right now. Of course, she not bearing the lead at all, ladies and gentlemen. She was saying right off the top of that video, about 7.5 minutes long again, that the 210 cases that were confirmed last night out of 1,393 cases far surpass Guam's all-time high for a single-day positivity rate case, and that was back in October, Chris, and it was 111 at that point.
So this was the highest number of cases we've ever reported in a single day?
For a single day, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So there wasn't there a cluster of like 300 something?
Or maybe she was just saying this is the highest it's been since
October.
But,
yeah. Anyway, so.
At any rate, 210 is the most we've had in a very, very long time.
Right, and as you recall, last week we caught the governor over at the OG Cabo Fieldhouse, and she had said that everything she's doing is under the assumption that Omicron is already here, and I think she'd also made comments that prepare as if you would for a super typhoon. Right, and I made the point this morning, do you send your kids to school in a super typhoon? I guess we are, but we got Superintendent of Education John Fernandez coming up, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of update with that Zoom interview. It's 8:16. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast now from the KUAM News team, brought to you by Pacific Points, in for Sabrina Salas-Matanani with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody out there, and good morning, KUAM TV. Speaking of the Guam Department of Education, let's roll right into our newscast with news from the education sector, as it was back to school from Christmas break for some 26,000 public school students on Monday. It was the first day back after a 2-week holiday break, and things reportedly went quite well.
It was back to school from Christmas break for some 26,000 Guam Department of Education students Monday. Michelle Franquez, the interim public information officer for GDOE, told KUM News on Tuesday that the first day back from the 2-week holiday break turned out well, noting some small traffic congestion.
It went rather smoothly. I mean, our usual traffic congestion with students being dropped off, but it was a very smooth and just a very uneventful day in terms of just students returning. For some of the schools, it was very minor. It may have been congested, but with our school teams, everything was moving along as smoothly as possible. And we really didn't have any issues that were reported from our school principals. So that's actually a great point on our return from Christmas break.
Franquez added there were also no reports of busing delays. About 24,000 students returned to all 41 GDOE school campuses, while the rest resumed classes remotely. Franquez noted attendance rates for students were good.
We actually had a low number of absenteeism, so a lot of our students who are registered for the face-to-face in-person instruction were in attendance today, or at least yesterday. And we're still continuing to just monitor and progress, as yesterday was just day one of the return. So we'll be watching the updates and just monitoring the progress throughout the week.
There were no issues with employees returning back to work. However, Franquez said, quote, there may have been some minor teacher shortages, but there were pre-approved extensions of leave. Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center reporting 71 new COVID-19 cases Monday. Franquez has this message for parents who may be hesitant to send their children back to school.
We understand their hesitation and their concerns. We do know that there was a little uptick in some of our cases for COVID-19. All we do ask is that this is a community effort and this is a family effort, to kindly remind your children that, just to stay vigilant, wash their hands, have their hand sanitizers, have their mask on. And then also note that with our GDOE families at our school sites, that we continue to ensure our students are safe and following the COVID-19 mitigation protocols.
GDOE reminds parents to do their part by keeping their children home if they're experiencing cold or flu-like symptoms. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
Now, the CDC and national news estimates the Omicron variant is now 95% of circulating COVID cases in the mainland. Health officials reported more than 1 million new cases yesterday. That number likely includes totals from the weekend, but the 7-day average of new cases is now close to 500,000 a day. Wendy Gillette has more on why people don't have to wait as long to get the Pfizer booster shot.
Hospital beds are filling up at Cook Children's Medical Center in Fort Worth, Texas. One of those patients is 8-month-old Olivia McKinney.
It's scary, and you never really think that it would be your child. But my daughter can sit here and she's coughing 30, 45 minutes at a time.
Nationwide, an average of 378 children were admitted to the hospital every day from December 22nd to December 28th, a 66% increase from the week before. With cases surging, the Los Angeles School District is requiring all students and staff to show proof of a negative test before returning to class next week.
So many people we know have gotten it recently.
There's confusion over which test is the most accurate. One epidemiologist tells CBS News rapid antigen tests are what's needed to stop the spread.
PCR, as a technology, is too sensitive.
Dr. Michael Minna is the chief science officer at eMed, a biotech software service company that enables authentication of at-home tests for public health reporting.
The appropriate tool in this pandemic to answer the question, do I need to isolate? Am I infectious and a risk to my neighbors? Is using a rapid antigen test, because it only stays positive as long as you are infectious.
And the CDC is now giving the green light to Pfizer booster shots 5 months after the second dose instead of 6 months. The move comes a day after the FDA authorized the change. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
And here's a feel-good story for you about a local cycle enthusiast who's using his gift and his passion to ride and to benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
I woke up bright and early, about 3:30 a.m., got all my gear together, started the ride from actually my house in Talafofo, and rode from Talafofo down to Agana Shopping Center and was there by 5:30 in the morning. And sure enough, there was about 20 cyclists already ready in the parking lot waiting for me.
As we reported last week, professional cyclist Edward Onoreng wanted to close out 2021 with a charity ride to raise funds for the Guam CNMI chapter of Make-A-Wish. For the last weeks of December, Onoreng called upon the community to make donations via PayPal, and in turn, he would trek 150 miles around the island on New Year's Eve. And on Monday, he presented a check to Make-A-Wish for $1,100. Make-A-Wish President and CEO for Guam and the CNMI, Eric Tidinko, who also participated in the ride, said he was overwhelmed by such a gesture.
Our organization exists because of the generosity of the community. So any sort of fundraising that we can accomplish locally, we're so appreciative of it. So I was definitely quite pleased to hear about that. Excited too.
Funds raised will help Make-A-Wish continue its mission in granting wishes for children who are critically ill in Guam and the CNMI. And for that, Onoreng is truly grateful.
Thank you, everyone, so much for your donations, for your motivation, for joining me on the ride. None of this would have been able to be completed without, the whole community.
Let's go to crime news now, as one of the defendants involved in the death of 23-year-old Jaren Wielbacher is seeking to be released from custody.
22-year-old murder defendant John Muliaga appeared in local court for a motion hearing today to be released from jail and be placed on electronic monitoring. He, along with his co-defendant, 31-year-old Fiatagului Aki, were indicted in October of last year following an altercation that occurred outside a Tamuning restaurant that claimed the life of 23-year-old Jaren Wielbacher. Muliaga's attorney, Pete Santos, suggested that Muliaga's participation in the event were minimal, and that upon research and investigation, the government, at best, has a misdemeanor case. Quote, The facts that are available without having witnesses is that Mr. John Maliaga was involved in slapping the victim. There were other people that assaulted him, and these are confirmed by the government witnesses. He continued, he was reacting to a commotion that he saw, and he was not the instigator. He doesn't pose a threat to anyone or the victim's family or the public at large. He also noted that Maliaga has no criminal history. Prosecuting attorney Rochelle Canto, however, disagreed and argued that the government has video along with Maliaga's testimony that will show that he not only struck Wabacker, but continued to strike him after he fell to the ground. The government asserted that Maliaga faces severe charges in the case and asked the court that he be placed not only on electronic monitoring, but also have third-party custodians if he were to be released. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan noted the two parties' proposals and ultimately sided with the government, taking into consideration that Maliaga has only been on Guam for 2 years. The 22-year-old faces murder, aggravated assault, and 2 counts of assault, while Akif faces manslaughter and aggravated assault. The hearing was continued to January 13 at 10 a.m., during which the proposed third-party custodians are to be present in court. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
And we continue our ongoing coverage about the GovGuam much ballyhooed above-step recruitment. Here is Chris with this latest report.
Public Auditor BJ Cruz will be conducting a GovGuam-wide audit on above-step hiring. This according to the OPA's 2022 calendar year audit work plan. Above-step hiring, as reported, the practice of government hiring someone at a pay grade or step higher than what the person would normally make entering a position because of exceptional qualifications or experience, or because a position is hard to fill. Above-step hiring has been making headlines in the last quarter of 2021, particularly in government health agencies like Guam Memorial Hospital and Public Health. And while GovGuam officials have said it's a valuable tool to recruit hard-to-fill positions, senators have found supporting justifications for above-step hires lacking.
When you depart from that merit system or you do above step recruitments, then it is sometimes results in morale issues for the rest of the government employees who've been working in that agency for a while and believe they are also qualified and should be equally eligible for those positions.
The Guam Memorial Hospital was the subject of an oversight hearing on above-step hiring, and it was revealed that GMH's Hospital and Communications Marketing Director was recruited above-step twice in the same year. Another recent above-step recruitment of Public Health for Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director Grisinda Uggan was recently announced. Uggan slated to fill a new classified position at the Children's Wellness Division of DPHSS. While GovGuam officials say the practice helps them hire quality personnel, senators say abuse is always possible. Senator Sabina Perez.
We need to do a better job in government to, create more equity and fairness in all aspects. Whether it's purchasing or hiring. It is demoralizing.
Other audits in Cruz's 22 calendar include a review of physician contracts at GMH, an audit of sole source procurements. Third on the list of proposed audits, the government-wide look at above-step hires. Minority Senator Tello Taitagui.
The government of Guam above-step hiring practices, he's going to be busy with number 3, that's for sure. A lot more so than anything else, I think.
For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
All right, now let's go back to the newsroom where Tomas Manglonia has this morning's link update with the rest of this morning's headlines.
News update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. I'm Tomas Manglonia with your headlines here on The Link. A whopping 44% of local households who need the trash pickup service aren't paying for it. And by as early as the end of this year, the Guam Solid Waste Authority may be launching a mandatory collection policy. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The governor has mentioned the plan before, and during his reappointment confirmation hearing before the legislature, GSWA Chairman Andrew Gale mentioned it again.
This is where we would mandate solid waste fees and collection from all island residents who are eligible to receive service from the Guam Solid Waste Authority.
GSWA's commercial revenues have slumped since the pandemic as fewer businesses are creating less trash. To stave off a potential rate increase, Gale says the governor has chosen to provide GSWA with some $5 million in American Rescue Plan funding for fiscal years 22 and 23. Meanwhile, GSWA believes that while they have 21,000 paying customers, there's an estimated 17,000 households that are avoiding trash fees.
We think the largest percentage of municipal solid waste from those other 17,000 residents comes from a technique called piggybacking. And what piggybacking means is they take their residential trash and put it in someone else's bin. Right? You might have one household that might share two bins.
Gale says, according to their consultant, of the 60 or so jurisdictions they studied, Guam is one of only 2 that does not charge a mandatory residential fee for trash pickup.
Concept that we're talking about is spreading out that cost among the entire community. Municipal solid waste collection is a sanitary issue, and we need to be able to collect and properly dispose of that solid waste for a healthy environment for us and all of our residents here on Guam.
But officials are expecting some pushback. As one senator put it, $30 may be a lot of money for a lot of people. Gale says the governor's office is also concerned about those who can't afford it, and they're working on establishing a lifeline service. He says the administration may be announcing the plan within the next month or 2. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And it's another step forward in finally getting more people land under the Chamorro Land Trust Act. Senators held a public hearing on Speaker Therese Terlahi's bill to adopt amended rules and regulations to ensure the CLTC complies with a settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. Here's more.
The U.S. DOJ entered a settlement with GovGuam in May of 2020. It resolves a lawsuit alleging that the Chamorro Land Trust program was discriminatory and violates the Federal Fair Housing Act. But Guam successfully argued that it actually expanded eligibility. Speaker Therese Terlahi's bill moves the program forward with amended rules and regs.
The Commission found that the proposed modifications or amendments to the Chamorro Land Trust Act and the rules and regulations of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission would more clearly demonstrate that the Chamorro Land Trust program is a land restoration program meant to rectify the unjust taking of Chamorro homelands by the United States federal government between 1898 and 1968.
But attorney Mike Phillips, who worked with the Attorney General on the settlement case, wanted to make one point clear, that the onus is on the commission and not the claimant.
The moment you are able to show or share that your dad or your mom or your grandfather came from Sumai, you're automatically qualified. Automatically, because they took all of Sumai. That's the way it's supposed to be.
And acting CLTC Director Angela Camacho says that's what they're trying to do.
As much as possible, we really try to show it through documentation, but there is that attestation where they could just say that this is where their family lived and this is who lived there. And it's creating conversations within families. I noticed where there's this discussion about, who their great grandparents are and things like that. And we're not trying to make it difficult, but we are making sure that when the Attorney General's office calls our office, we're able to provide some type of documentation to show that we are following the settlement agreement.
But Phillips says the success of the program will eventually come down to what it always seems to come down to: funding.
Whatever they need, we should give them more because they need to catch up. And I know it costs money. So it's always going to be a question of, well, if that's really a priority, are we willing to give them the resources? It's a great thing if they have the resources, but if they don't have the resources, they can't do it. And it'd be a mess to even impose that on them, because then we're setting them up for failure.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And the Food and Drug Administration has expanded the eligibility of the Pfizer booster shots to children ages 12 to 15, as well as shortening the time between the second Pfizer dose and the booster for everyone 12 and older from 6 months to 5 months. Daniel Perez reports.
With the FDA now expanding the emergency use authorization for Pfizer's booster shots to kids 12 to 15 years of age, Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero says DPHSS now needs to wait for the CDC's approval before implementing it on island.
We get the vaccines from them, and so we have to follow from what they recommend. We have to follow that recommendation. And usually 2 to 3 days after FDA makes their approval, the CDC sits down and discusses it, and they tend to make the same recommendation as the FDA.
Dr. Leon Guerrero also spoke on the shortened time frame between the second dose and booster.
I think the vaccine immunity lasts a little bit longer, but still, so cutting it down to 5 months, we'll get a lot of these people who, if they waited for the 6 months, might have caught the disease. So I'm kind of happy that they did.
Dr. Leon Guerrero added that possibly by the end of the week, Guam could be following the recommendation made by the FDA once approved by the CDC. Public Health's interim chief medical officer also had a message for those who got their vaccines and boosters.
First of all, I want to say thank you to those people that did get vaccinated. I mean, we had a nice problem, if you want to call it nice, but we ran out of vaccines because people are getting the vaccines. They're taking it to heart what we're saying about getting vaccinated. So to the people of Guam that are following the recommendations, thank you very much. It would have been a much worse event if they didn't follow.
Dr. Leon Guerrero continues to urge those who aren't vaccinated or boosted to do so, as getting the vaccine and booster will help prevent residents from experiencing severe symptoms. With children now back to face-to-face learning, Public Health also encourages parents to have their kids vaccinated to further protect them from COVID. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And in regional news, the Sinamay House of Representatives will soon vote on the articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres. The unanimous decision was made by the Committee on Impeachment in their first meeting Tuesday afternoon.
Special Investigating Committee on Impeachment hereby begins.
And less than an hour after the gavel dropped, the bipartisan committee unanimously voted to move the articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres to the full House.
With 8 members voting yes, House Resolution 2214 will be addressed via committee report and will be sent to the full body for action by the full House.
The governor faces 6 articles of impeachment, 2 for commissions of felony, 2 for corruption, and 2 for neglect of duty. At least 14 of 20 lawmakers would need to vote to impeach Torres. 13 legislators signed the pre-filed resolution.
Perhaps the writing is indeed already on the wall. No one among us takes this action lightly. No one can say this process was rushed.
Some residents weighing in favor of impeachment before the committee vote Tuesday afternoon.
Let's restore trust and loyalty to our people and not a corrupted leader like the Sinamay Governor Rob De Leon Guerrero.
And the management of the island is not right. It's time for change. Right now is time for a change.
2/3 of the House vote to impeach, the Senate would hold a trial. At least 6 out of the 9 senators would need to vote to convict Torres and ultimately remove him from office. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
When it comes to that cha-cha, everyone is on the floor. It's the number one bala for that job moves. And after working all day long, cha-cha is the song in my native language. Bahu kanta, ta-ta-ta-ta.
Hey, good morning, 8:42. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Wednesdays, Education Wednesdays with Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, and Happy New Year to all of you over at the station, and to all of our families out there. And glad to have everybody back in school starting Monday, getting back for the school year. So we're happy to get these conversations back as well, so we can keep the community informed as we go along. Hopefully for the rest of the school year.
Right, and we do have Isaiah Uggan, who covers education for the KUAM news team. He's also in the Zoom room. I know he's on the road, so he might have some issues with his camera, which is such a shame because he's a handsome young gentleman. Isaiah, are you there? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent. Happy
Good
New
morning,
Year.
Isaiah.
I just wanted to follow up to see how the department is doing and how are they preparing now that Guam is expecting to see the Omicron variant, and we've seen over 200 cases reported yesterday. What is the department doing to prepare for a possible fourth surge?
Well, again, it's like we're almost in constant preparation, monitoring, and adjusting. Given the past, 18 months to 2 years now, going on 2 years of this pandemic, and watching, the news and seeing how especially with Omicron, how it's been affecting other jurisdictions, with the anticipation, of course, that Guam will not be, left out of the picture. We're going to see the effects. So, as you know, and as you recall, our directive from the board is to provide 5 days of instruction to our kids. And so that's what we opened up the school year with, and we'll continue to do so. At the same time, we're talking to our principals. We have a meeting this morning, kind of give them an update on what we know about the Omicron variant, what we are doing and monitoring to ensure that we can continue to keep our kids in school and to do so safely. And then, of course, continue to work with the board and with public health in anticipation that over the next week or two, we will likely to see a spike, in cases. So, I mean, as I was saying a little earlier during the break, yes, we're planning and preparing, but we're also monitoring the distinct characteristics that the different variants seem to have. And so with Omicron, what we know about it is that it's pretty swift and contagious, and it leads us to anticipate that there will likely be a quick spike, in the number of cases being reported on Guam. We're hopeful that the studies showing less severity will, apply in our case as well. We hate to see, families affected, from a health standpoint by the virus. So hopefully it won't be as severe as the prior waves. But we also know that our healthcare system is fragile, and so monitoring the hospitalization on the public health side will be important. So we've got our plans in place. As 5 days of instruction. When we start to see positive cases among students, we have a pretty well-established contact tracing effort that I think has been deployed pretty successfully. We will be monitoring as well the impact on staffing, and then of course monitoring this on a regular basis with public health to determine whether more different efforts are needed due to the distinct characteristics of Omicron. So I think we have a meeting this morning after this call with the principals. We will be, I know our vice chair will be joining me on a call with the governor tomorrow. And, as we go through this and get prepared for this next wave, we will definitely keep the public informed about the plans. But just be assured that planning and preparation, continues to go on in expectation that this wave will, impact Guam.
Any complaints reported in the yesterday? I spoke with your interim PIO. She said it was a smooth first day, other than the usual traffic congestion. Any reports of complaints made yesterday?
Well, we know we had some power issues down south that were affecting our schools. So, we have a communication with GPA when those situations happen. So those were resolved yesterday. It's still early in the week, but we are telling principals to really pay attention to the staffing issues, if there are any staffing issues. At this point, we're not aware of any district-wide issue with staff. Staff are still coming. Some of the staff are still, were given extensions on their break, so they may still just be returning to campus. But over the next few days, and definitely over the next few weeks, should the cases go up, and should we be required to quarantine employees, that's one of the things that we're concerned about, because we are seeing in districts across the country, even if they're able to maintain students at school, for 5 days a week, we do know that one of the challenges that they're facing is that the Omicron variant is requiring a number of employees, significant number of employees, to quarantine and not be able to report to work. So we're going to need to be sure that our schools are safe from a supervision standpoint, and also from manning the classrooms. And so we'll be discussing that with the administrators, make sure that we're aware of those changes as we go forward.
Students returned back from Christmas break. I was wondering, how has GDOE accommodated parents who wanted to switch their children from face-to-face learning to online, and that was all because of them being concerned regarding COVID cases. Do you have an update on that?
We can provide a more recent update. I guess now that kids are back, I do know that prior to the break, all indications were that at that time, everyone who had been waitlisted or was applying for online at the secondary level for middle and high school were able to be accommodated. I think there was some work going on at the elementary level to try to meet the demand in elementary, and that there were still some students who had not yet been able to be accommodated based on the number of teachers that were available. So we can try to get an update to see if over the break anything changed with regard to those schools who still had kids on the wait list. But I do know anecdotally, just speaking to a teacher last night, that in some cases the number of students online has basically doubled in some schools. So in some elementary schools. So as long as the schools can accommodate those students, they've been able to accept them online. So we can again try to provide a more recent update now that kids are back for this week.
Any update on receiving the canopies, chairs, tents, the one that you guys used to spend, you guys spent ARP money on?
Yeah, those have all been delivered to the school, so they're all at the campuses. So those were happening during December to push those out. So so that should all be taken care of at the school site. So it's up to the schools how they want to deploy those supports to ensure that we can do what we can to maximize physical distancing on campus. So every school may have a different approach, but they do have the supplies on their campuses and at their at their disposal as of December.
Any updates on the purifiers?
That the purifiers are still under protest, so we're that hasn't moved along. It's again frustrating because again we think that these are urgent supports that we can use to help assure our teachers and our families that it's an additional way to try to combat the virus. Unfortunately, we have a procurement process that we have to go through, and vendors have a pretty good leeway in terms of their ability to stop the process. So we're thinking. I mean, we're obviously in the position of trying to respond and of course attending to these protests, but we also probably want to start urging our vendors, if it's possible. We know it's competitive to try to get business and try to to compete for the business, but to also keep in mind that these are supports, in this case, really targeted towards supporting our classroom needs and our students. And so we're hoping that we can work through these protests and get these supplies purchased as soon as possible. We were targeting, if everything went well, we were targeting an award and delivery by end of January, February. That's not going to happen while there's a protest underway. So we'll continue to work on that through the process.
Is this the second time your guys' bid or your guys' purifiers being protested against? And why do you think people are protesting against them?
Well, I think there's a couple of things going on here. I won't get into the details, the specifics of any particular vendor or protest, but number one, this is a high volume of HEPA purifiers that are going to go into each classroom. So the high volume means a lot of it's a lot of resources are being dedicated to support this this purchase. So it is a big contract to win. And so I'm sure that our vendors want the business, and I'm sure they're going to want to compete very hard to get that business. I think the other issue is maybe concerns about being able to meet the specifications in our solicitation. One of those being the timeliness that we really need, in order to put those purifiers in place. Because of the urgency of the situation, the ongoing waves of virus or the variants, it's important that we give enough time to, for any vendor to deliver those purifiers, but also this time frame has to be reasonable so that we can get them in a sooner rather than later. So I think there are some questions that have been received about the timing of the deliveries and what we're requiring of vendors. I think another area that has since been clarified has been the requirement to buy American. So we had to go to the US DOE to clarify whether the requirement to buy American could be relaxed or waived in our case, because in this area of the world, especially with the supply chain issues, getting those purifiers might prove more difficult for some vendors if the Buy American requirement is hard and fast. So we did get word from US DOE that for Guam in this instance, that requirement did not need to be in place as long as we could justify the need for that flexibility. So those are kinds of the issues that we are dealing with regard to the purifiers.
What's the latest update in regards to MiFi devices?
So we're actually in an unfortunate position of being in between contracts. So the MiFi devices that have been distributed, their contract ended on December 31st. We had anticipated and had planned on having a new contract in place by the time that expired. Unfortunately, again, similar to the filters, we got another protest. I think we've been actually receiving protests in the telecom technology areas pretty regularly. So that has been a pretty competitive field for our vendors. Unfortunately, with the MiFi devices, it means that that the protests kind of pushed us past the timeline for our December 31st expiration. So right now we are in the middle of a short-term measure to try to get those services continued while we work to resolve the protests and try to get a new procurement in place as soon as possible. So for now, we have we're anticipating a short-term interruption in the MiFi Internet access for those families who have devices right now. But we're working on something that we're working to expedite to allow us to continue those services while the protests and that process is being resolved.
So you mentioned that they're in protest and the contract was, over by the end of December. So what does this mean for students who have MiFi devices and rely on it for online school?
Well, it means that we have to be in steady communication with those families, which we have been, to let them know that we're working on a short-term solution to restore those services. But ultimately, we started this process in July, and we got the protests in November, and then it still forces us to delay being able to award the contract for that was supposed to be in place before the end of December. So again, the services should have been in place. We're very unhappy to see the protest that was filed, but I think the law allows for vendors to exercise their rights. Unfortunately, that puts the services at risk for our students. So we are in steady communication, working with those families at the school level, and working with our team to see how we can at least provide a short-term extension of the current services, while we go through this procurement process.
All right, and students are the last time I spoke with actually the chairman, Mark Mendiola, regarding makeup days, it was 24 to 26 days, if I'm not mistaken. And what is the latest in regards to that?
Well, we had a work session on this, over the last couple of weeks during the break, and it sounded like board members, were, recognized that we probably will need that flexibility to, to at least be able to comply with the law, because the 180-day mandate is going to be difficult to meet on its face without some flexibility, especially with not knowing how the rest of this semester, the rest of the school year will go. So I think, after we discuss, the various options for addressing the learning loss, learning recovery, that there did seem to be a recognition that we would still need to probably seek flexibility from the legislature just to ensure that we are compliant with the law's requirements. Now, eventually, if everything goes smoothly this year, it doesn't prevent the board from looking at strategies like extending the school day, extending the school year. Just having the waiver of the mandate doesn't prevent that, but it allows us to at least move forward, seek that flexibility from the legislature, and on top of that, seeking the flexibility to waive the service learning requirements as well for students who require that for graduation, but who are unable to take advantage of any service learning opportunities, given the fact that those opportunities are not readily available, during this COVID-19 period. So both of those items, I anticipate being on our agenda for the January board meeting, and then from there we will, send a note to the legislature to request their support in that effort.
And it's already January, and your evaluation is expected to occur this month. And I just wanted, okay, this is my final question then. Your evaluation is expected to occur this month, Superintendent. And if I'm not mistaken, I just wanted to, not mistaken. They gave you, I forgot what they gave you last year in January. My apologies. But what would you rate yourself and how you did within 2021?
How would I rate myself? Well, I don't know. It's a very unusual year. I think we did our best to meet the challenges in 2021. I wish we could have done better, but looking at how other jurisdictions and states have struggled, I feel like we're all in the same boat of having to tackle a public health crisis, try to provide basic supports to our students and families, trying to maintain continuity of learning through remote, distance learning, as well as getting our kids back to school. A lot was asked of us this school year. And so, I'm going to leave it to the board to give me an evaluation. For me, I don't know that I've ever ended any year thinking that I've done the job without any need for improvement. We just have to constantly work to try to get things better and, deliver services no matter what the challenges are before us. So that's the tough part about 2021, trying to keep our team moving forward, trying to keep our eye on the ball of trying to return our kids to school, not being in control of all the circumstances or of the decisions. And now that we're in 22, we're faced with the same mission and the same responsibilities to try to keep our kids in school, keep them safe, and on top of that, continue teaching and learning as we would normally do during any school year. So it's not going to get, I don't think it's going to get that much easier, but it's important that, we get the team motivated to continue progress going forward, no complaints, just keep our eye on the ball and keep working hard. So I'll leave the board to give me a score, a grade if they, as they see fit, but recognizing that the board has been with us, throughout this journey as well. So we're all kind of accountable for what we've done and what we're planning to do, in this coming year. So I just appreciate the teamwork and the support that's been out there. But it has been a challenge, and we're looking forward to hopefully, a smoother 2022. So we'll hope and pray for that, even though we know that we've got challenges that are immediately ahead.
Chris, do I have time for one more question?
Isaiah, you can ask 50 more questions.
Okay, so your superintendent, I heard from Mr. Mendiola in regards to you having a trip in January, or this month actually, for your council chief state school officers role. Will there also be discussions with USDOE in regards to your third-party fiduciary?
Yeah, no, well, we postponed that meeting. Obviously, there was, I think, having a visit in DC at this time was kind of challenging because the cases are spiking there, and there was just too much uncertainty about being able to hold the meetings, and then of course just the logistics of traveling back and forth. So I informed the board that the meetings were going to be postponed. I had a meeting set up already with the senior advisor to the secretary to continue our discussions about the third party, but then we agreed that we'll try to set something up at a later time. But But back in DC, not only has the Omicron spiked, but they also had a winter storm hit. So kind of glad that we made that decision to try to do that at a later date. Otherwise, I think I'd just be stuck in the snow, trying to keep safe. So again, when that happens, we'll inform the board if that meeting is rescheduled. Otherwise, we'll just continue to do things to prepare for a visit by US DOE, which is still being scheduled for April or May, where they are expected to come to Guam to give us a final evaluation.
Okay, one final question for Rose this time. Any of the 3 GDOE employees placed on annual leave finally get the jab or submit to weekly testing, or do they remain on leave?
So again, we have 2 teachers and 1 non-classroom staff who are on leave due to the mandate, and they remain in that status as of today. We did have opportunity over the break to try to continue to get clarity on what they said were pending requests for religious exemptions. And so I've given them, the information that I have, put them in touch with the right people at the agencies. Some of that information could not be shared with me and had to be shared directly with the employee. So we've asked the employees to follow up, and we'll support them in that effort. And once they get documentation of any exemptions, then we can, proceed accordingly. But I think the big issue that was outstanding over the last couple of weeks was just an issue of the employees indicating that they had not received a response to their request for religious exemptions. So I did have a chance to meet with DOA and Public Health to clarify what was going on. And again, some of that information can only be shared with the employees. So I did ensure that the employees are put in contact directly with the people I'm working with. And we're awaiting further information so we can proceed under the current, mandate requirements.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Isaiah. John, I just had about 42 more questions if you don't. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Isaiah, for jumping on.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Right on. Thank you, John. Happy New Year. Good luck. There you go.
Happy New Year too.
Right on. Superintendent John Fernandez. Good morning. It's 9:06. We are KUAM FM and Agatna, Guam. This is The Breeze. Also KUAM TV. Good morning. 210 cases reported out of the Joint Information Center last night. And just in talking with friends, I don't know if Public Health still does the contact tracing thing. I just don't know. But I've heard that there are a bunch of positives scattered throughout the government of Guam. Hearing Guam EPA, the governor's office, as well as a lot of places in the private sector. So I don't know if it's Omicron or what, but we're kind of back at this, unfortunately, back at this place, right? And it kind of seems just like that. Did we know what was coming though? Yeah, we did, right? It's been all over the news, all over the world. And so it is what it is, guys. It's 9:07. There was an address from the governor that we played a couple times this morning. If you were anticipating an announcement relative to like restrictions or lockdown, none of that. The gist of the message really was that we know what to do already, and that they're going to increase testing. They have increased testing to 6 days a week, but it's only for 3 hours a day, 8 in the morning till 11 a.m. The governor also indicated that she will increase testing hours starting next week, right? And then they're doing the school-based vaccination and booster clinics, which I think is pretty interesting, right? And then in the governor's address, she also talked about a number of people who have got the vaccine versus the number of people who have got the booster, and there's a huge difference, right? And we've only seen about, I think it was like 12,000. Was it 12,000 under the age of 12?
I forget what the number was.
Yeah,
but sounds in the ballpark.
Right, and so the thinking is that they're going to, well, I guess what they're thinking is that more parents aren't vaccinating their kids because it's not accessible.
And so they're trying to make it more accessible by having these school-based vaccination and booster sites.
Of which there are two. So there's
Right.
going to be one tonight from 3 to 5 at Machinado Elementary School, and then
Right.
another one at that same time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. At Estumbo.
Right.
So both schools in Derrida tonight or this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon.
Right. And so it kind of remains to be seen. I think we were having such low numbers that maybe parents kind of felt like, what's the point, really, right? And now here we are with 210 cases. And I mean, presuming it's Omicron, it's probably going to get worse. So is that motivation enough for you guys to get your kids the shot? I don't know. Was it about accessibility or is it about vaccine hesitancy? Because I think that really plays a big part in it. And again, there hasn't really been that effort put forward like consistently, right? Where if we know parents are hesitant, then we need to do more town halls. We need to do more outreach to address that hesitancy. And we'll see. I mean, obviously, I hope for the best, right? And I hope that these clinics do provide more access if that's the problem. It's 9:10. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Mary Rhodes of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association next right here on the link. It's Wednesday, first Wednesday of 22, right here on the link. Good
We
morning.
know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Basically, my life was
a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock makes me feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae. When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock reggae, feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae.
914, right here on the link. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. Wednesday, 5th day of January. Mary Rhodes, the president of the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association, joins us here in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Mary.
Hi, good morning. Half a day.
Long time. Happy New Year. Haven't seen you since last year.
I know.
Never gets
That's
old.
usually a good thing because then I'm not harping on something.
Right.
But it's a great way to start off the year in just reminding everybody about a couple of things,
Right.
as Superintendent Fernandez mentioned earlier. But thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's good to catch up.
Can we just start with something we were talking about during the break? You were saying that there have been reports of some restaurants allowing more than 25 indoor, which confused me because and it's sad, I'm in the media, I should know it, but I don't even know what the guideline is now. I know there was an increase of the gathering limit, right? But so what is the guideline and the guidance and the protocol for restaurants and business establishments right now?
Right. So on December 17th, the guidelines were updated with the memo is 2022-08, and that's the most recent. And so I will send that to you and Jason to post on the site as well as Nestor. And 2022-08, if you look at section D1, it refers to the increase of 100 packs, 100 people being allowed to dine outdoors only. So the increase to 100 was for outdoor dining only for vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. That is the only change. For indoor dining, it remains at 25 for vaccinated only. And so over the last month, I have heard some concerns regarding either individuals or organizations having events or just get-togethers at restaurants or hotels, or any kind of space, even an event space, where gatherings have increased, where they misunderstood the 100 to be indoor. And so we need everybody to understand the guidelines remain at 25 for indoor for social gathering. What might be confusing for people is that restaurants and hotels have not been limited. It stays at 100% occupancy, but that does not mean that your gathering is allowed to maximize the occupancy of that restaurant. A gathering has to remain at 25, but that doesn't mean that the restaurant or hotel needs to limit everybody, because they can have multiple reservations as long as those reservations aren't related to each other, where you're trying to bypass the maximum of 25 per group. So they are allowed to operate at 100% capacity, but they have to keep reservations or groups no more than 25 for indoor dining.
That was just
And 100 for outdoor dining.
right. And so I've seen pictures. I know the lieutenant governor had a birthday thing, and then also I've been hearing that government agencies have been having events at hotels with more than 25 people. So is there a different set of rules for Gov Guam or?
No, the only clarification I do know that public health has allowed is really for meetings or trainings where you're not serving food indoors. And so that has been allowable for organizations or agencies where they can meet. But as long as social distancing is maintained, there's no food being served. So therefore, you're maintaining the mask for indoors. But if you're serving food, it should remain at 25, no more than 25. And so those are really important, especially as, you know, we were dealing with the holidays. And I know that the governor did address this during her public address the other day that, you know, after Christmas and New Year's, we're going to expect an increase similar to the last surge that we had with Delta variant over the summer. There's going to be an increase because people are just gathering in general or traveling. And so it's really important that we are mindful of what the guidelines are and we continue to maintain social distancing, washing our hands, and just really keeping up with what we're supposed to be doing, regardless of what holiday season we're in.
Yeah, it's just very inconsistent because, you know, like I said, and I don't want to make it awkward for anybody, but when I see pictures of fundraisers and no one's wearing a mask and it's like lottie-dottie, but then on the other side of our mouth, it's like, oh, we got to be safe, we got to be vigilant. There's a looming impending super typhoon of a threat. It's just a little, inconsistent, right? And that's what we were told. The governor said, prepare as if we're getting a super typhoon. And you've been through a super typhoon. You don't wait till the wind's blowing 200 miles an hour to run out in the middle of it and put up the shutters.
Yeah, and of course it's timed with the increase in positive tests, right, of over 200. So we have to be extremely vigilant, but also consistent with how we're doing things. And that's why, with GHRA, I've been hearing some of these situations where people are going over the capacity requirements on social gathering. And it is confusing that restaurants and hotels are allowed 100%, but that's because they can maintain social distancing between groups. But we cannot have social gatherings over 25 at this time until everything is updated. And, honestly, we have been asking for, considerations for the guidelines because the fact that outdoor dining is at 100 and we can have, social distancing maintained to reconsider that guideline. And we were hoping that we would be able to go up to 100 over the holidays, knowing that more than, we have a very large percentage of those who are vaccinated, but they did not allow for that. And that was their decision. And so on December 17th, only outdoor dining was increased. So we have to comply with that mandate. And unfortunately for the businesses, they've had a very hard time really managing all of this because people will try to make different reservations and work around the guideline. And so it's very difficult to police something where public health themselves have a hard time policing, right, and enforcing. And so it puts the businesses in a very difficult place in having to manage that. And, there are ways around it, but we're asking for everybody's cooperation and understanding that the businesses are only enforcing what the government has put on us. And, as much as we'd like to change that, and we have asked over the months to change that, it's what we have today. And with the surge, we don't want to be where we were at with the Delta variant. For certain, we want everybody to be safe. So we're just asking for everybody's cooperation. I notified the hotels and restaurants again yesterday, just, asking for their cooperation in ensuring that we maintain this because we don't want to go backwards. We want to continue moving forward. And, one of the things that I know has deeply impacted everybody is obviously loss in revenues. And I know you wanted to bring up with the military, and that has helped bring additional revenues to Guam. But some people don't realize that outside of these large visits, we've had regular visits from international carriers as well as U.S. carriers. And it's helped really maintain a lot of the businesses for hotels and the restaurants and rental cars and other places. But the military has been very good about making sure that they do have restriction of movement. They do have those who are coming outside of the fence are fully vaccinated. And we even have shore patrol in there. So we have been really working well with the military. and with Joint Region Marianas to make sure that everybody is safe while we're still trying to conduct normal business, which is really the only business we have currently, especially with what's going on within Asia with Korea and Japan recently. So although we're grateful, we are continuing to remain vigilant and ensure that we are still complying with everything and working with the military to make sure that they are too complying. So even though masks aren't allowed on base or they have the option, they have to still wear it outside the fence because it is mandated outside here on Guam. So those are things that we continue to work with the businesses to ensure that everybody is complying. So we just ask for everybody's cooperation. When you are dining, we truly appreciate the support that everybody's been giving to these businesses, to these covered establishments. But please understand that it is for your safety as well as the employee safety and the public safety that we just do not exceed the social gathering limit at this time.
Do you still hear of instances where, potential customers are like, I hate the mask or I don't need the vaccine or whatever? Because you guys are in that position where you have to be kind of enforcing public health mandates.
Yeah, especially since the CDC, right? They changed it in September where mask is not required. And then when the military changed that out last month, it's very challenging to try to explain that to the customer that we don't necessarily always follow CDC's guidelines, but Guam's guidelines still requires the mandate of the mask. And as you've seen, even CDC and even some other states have gone back on it and they've re-implemented the mask mandate. And so what matters is what we have to deal with on Guam. And so it's very challenging and difficult when the employees, the frontliners at the service and covered establishment has to really enforce this. And so that's why we're asking for the public's cooperation and just understanding that these frontliners are doing their job and just really trying to put out what the government has mandated. And you're right, it's going to take the whole community. And it's unfortunate that we continue to see these variants regardless of what Guam does. Just the fact that this is still going around. And so it's a long haul. This is COVID, as it's shown, as it's proven to be, it'll continue to have various variants. And so we have to learn to live with this, unfortunately.
Are you talking about mandates? How about GHRA and mandate with the vaccine for the employees and all that?
That's still in effect. I know that the federal government, that's still in the court system. And so in mandating vaccines, but that's still in effect, obviously, for covered establishments. So the key here is companies with federal contracts still are supposed to do it, but that hasn't gone into effect because it's still being challenged by the courts, which is through the Biden administration. But here on Guam, through covered establishments, anywhere where your mask comes off to eat or drink, that mask mandate and vaccine mandate is still required. And so GHRA is still testing upon request. I know that there are different testing sites for the unvaccinated. And so GHRA still has tests available if businesses still want to go through us. And so we've been regularly testing for those who need it. And there are employer groups who have been authorized and trained by public health as well, and we can assist you in getting that authorization if you need it, or you can contact Public Health's lab and just work with them, with Evelyn. So that's still all in effect. That hasn't changed. And that's also in 2022-08, the guidance on December 17th.
Have you heard anything about, because I know that this has come up in a bunch of different conversations about changing the definition of fully vaccinated to include the booster shot. Is that something that you guys are preparing for, or do you anticipate the governor further mandating that?
I have not seen that yet. I haven't heard that too much because, the numbers aren't as high with the boosters, and that would just be another, big hill to climb. I think it's important just to try to educate and get everybody out there to try to get their booster shots, but to put another mandate on top of businesses and employees who are the only ones working in the industry would just further exacerbate the situation, because right now businesses are having a really hard time getting people to work, right? So, or to hire. It's been very challenging as of late. So to add in more restrictions, I think would just be counterproductive at this point. We need to work with the restrictions we currently have and just try to educate and encourage people to do the right thing and get their boosters. And again, some people just aren't able to get it, whether through medical reasons or whatever, if they didn't get the vaccine. So, but availability is there. Obviously, I know some people have been waiting for Pfizer, and we do have that now, but they've always had the Moderna boosters. So I think supply is not an issue right now, so people can definitely go out and get it. But the booster shot is not mandated at this time. I think fully vaccinated still remains at the first 2 shots.
All right. LEAP, the Local Employer Assistance Program. This was half ARP, half local funding, signed into law. So what's the status with the LEAP?
Yeah, GITA has had the LEAP program published since, I believe, second or third week in December, immediately after the legislature passed it. And so it's available on investguam.com. If you want to apply, the guidelines are there, the application is there. It also has a list of all the companies who have applied thus far, and there are 819 companies who have applied for LEAP. And so please, I encourage all businesses, the stakeholders worked really hard to get this through in a very quick amount of time, considering how long things take, not just here on Guam or anywhere with regards to funding or even these types of grant or forgivable loan programs to put together. So kudos to GITA for really getting this out, and the government, especially with the legislature passing this through. So it is available at investguam.com. Application and guidelines are there. And please, everybody who has been impacted by this pandemic and has lost revenue due to especially tourism not being available at this time, please apply, because what we would like to see is an overwhelming response for LEAP, where we can definitely, especially with Omicron and any further delays with our key source markets like Korea and Japan and Taiwan and even the Philippines, any further delay only heeds to ask the question, right? Begs to ask the question, what is the next stage? Because this funding through LEAP was really only intended to take place this first part of the year. And so we're hoping really for an overwhelming response, because we know a lot of businesses have been hurting. And with the challenges of even tourism being extended out through summer at this point, with airlines not coming to Guam, I know that businesses are going to be in further need. And so we can only be able to display that or to show, need for that if we have an overwhelming response. So we encourage all businesses to please apply. And it is a forgivable loan program. So there are caveats to it where you do have to hire employees and be open. And so you have to be careful, because you need to be able to meet those requirements. Otherwise, your loan won't be forgiven. And so all of the guidelines are clearly defined, and you can find more information at investguam.com.
How many businesses are applying for it? And what is the, if you know, what is the award?
Right now, we have 819 companies who have applied thus far. The award is up to, I believe, $300,000. They were considering possibly $500,000, but that was based on expecting 600 companies to apply. And so I know that they reconsidered that number because of the sheer size of the number of possible applicants. So as you can see, we're already over that number of 600, estimated at 819. And so that award is up to $300,000. It's not a guarantee you're going to have $300,000, because you have to prove that those are your lost revenues during that period on the application. And so it's a fairly easy application, similar to all of their other programs that they've put out with the Small Business Grant Program. And so it's really important that you read through it, submit all the paperwork, and get in as soon as possible.
Right. And this is still ongoing, and they can apply for this through GITA, right?
Yes, correct.
Mary.
And then just so you know, GHRA actually last week, along with other organizations, we were awarded a grant for some of our training. And so we're going to be announcing that in February, where we've been awarded separately 2 different grants, one for $50,000 and another for $25,000. And the second grant, we're going to be paying for everyone who becomes one of our students under our training program will be paying for their health certificate renewal or brand new health certificate, government licenses, and also provide them training through American Hotel Lodging Association. So that's for any new or returning employees who go back to work, so that they can get their government certificate, training, and also get certified by AHLA so that we can get you ready to go back to work or to return to work.
How's the restaurant business doing? Kind of seems like it's booming. I mean, I don't know.
I've
definitely been doing my part, Mary.
Say that again?
I've definitely been doing my part.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't dine in, definitely the food delivery service business has increased. And I think that just in general, people have been very supportive through the local community. And of course, we encourage that. That's actually the safer way to, dine at this point is the takeout delivery service. But even for dining in, we've seen an increase. After the Delta variant, obviously, I was on your show and we talked about how devastating that was, especially with the guidelines changes of 2019 through 21. And it really had a negative impact on businesses. But now with some of the adjustments and the increases, we have seen the businesses be able to recover and recoup some of that. But that's through the holiday season. So a lot of people are willing to spend a little bit more. But PUA dollars have run out, if not already running out. And I think it's going to be a lot more challenging. And as people are either saving or have spent, I think that, this year is going to be a tougher year because of the lack of federal dollars. So I just think that the government has to be very careful of how they're going to be spending the rest of the ARP money and any of the infrastructure money, knowing that we're going to have to be able to survive the next 2 years. And so that's my plea to the government to really consider more funding for private sector, more funding for the community, and really reconsider some of the dollars that they had possibly already committed to certain programs or types of purchases, because I think we have to really think more long-term.
Yeah, I'm all for more assistance for the community. What about the premium pay for essential workers allowed under the American Rescue Plan, Mary? I think we'd asked the governor about it. I can't recall what she said, but it's a thing. People know about it.
I think, honestly, that's kind of a slippery slope because, who's an essential worker? A lot of people worked throughout the pandemic, and not just frontline healthcare workers. There were a lot of frontline employees who worked throughout. And so how do you define that? Similar to other things that have been awarded recently, right? Is every time you do something, it's going to get questioned. Well, what about this other group? And so anytime you introduce new, whether it's essential pay or the PINs or anything like that, you have to really be careful because there's always going to be a group. You can't satisfy everybody. And can we really afford to pay all those? There's already, I think that there are already government agencies that are owed monies from years past on essential pay or hazard pay or differential or whatever it is. That if we keep adding layers on top of it, it's just challenging because we don't have that much money. If you still have debt and you still have, monies owed to employees that are liabilities, I think that to add on more at this time would be very dangerous because even though it's well-deserved, I think that everybody is well-deserved at this point if you worked throughout the pandemic. Yeah. And so how do you define that? And so that's really an HR and a legal issue. And how do you have parity, right? Parity amongst all lines. And as I've always said, frontline workers aren't just healthcare, it's also our tourism employees, anyone who is in the service industry, media, there's all sorts of frontline workers who have worked throughout this pandemic.
I'm sorry, did you say media?
Even media.
Hey, the media.
But you have Zoom now, so Zoom's a little easier.
Hey, I was out there at the food lines in the height of the lockdown, so yeah, there was definitely exposure. I mean, we're not asking for anything though. Hotels managing with the continued slowdown in tourism, how's that going?
It's the same. I mean, we can only do so much with military business and with staycations. It doesn't replace the revenue of 1.6 million tourists who obviously pay a higher daily rate. And so it's very challenging. And I think for the for the businesses that currently have military business or high demand with the local community, I think it's been great. It's been good for them because they can cover operational costs. But it's not like, there are huge margins in all of that. And so we're very grateful, I think, for the business that we currently have. And that's why it's really important to take care of our local community and military partners, because right now we have to look internally of what we have. And we can't grow further if we don't take care of that first, right? And so we have to prove to the foreign markets that we're safe to open. And so that's why it's really important that we continue to keep the eye on getting our community to be able to get through all of this first and foremost. And that includes the military community as well.
Mary, thank you so much for your time. It's always a great, Nestor sent me some questions for you and he cracked me up because he goes, if you just ask her 2 of these, she'll just go on forever. And that's kind of exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'll touch on all the points,
Right.
hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm on mark, and then I know that you will definitely ask me the question if I don't touch on it. But it has been a while, and I really appreciate it. And it seems like it's been rather quiet, but, things are still slowly progressing. And that's my only concern, is that we've had progress, right? Although it's minimal and slow moving, we've had some progress in the last couple of months. And I just am concerned that if we don't do this right with the Omicron, that it's only going to further delay our recovery.
Right.
And so we have to be smart about this and continue to maintain what we've been doing. And programs like LEAP and anything else that we can do with GITA or any other agency to improve our efforts, I think are extremely important in order to sustain ourselves.
Last question. Are properties taking advantage of this lull in tourism activity to improve and or renovate?
Some people have. This might not be well known, but the qualifying certificate program, the one regarding any improvements to hotel rooms to make them larger and for higher end customers, that was recently renewed for another 5 years. And so businesses have like a Tsubaki or even the Fiesta that will be having a grand opening with the Crown Plaza. That will be happening soon. And I know that 2 other hotels have gone through Land Use Commission recently, potential hotels. And so there are some capital improvement or capital development projects being entertained at this point. So again, these programs through GITA are only going to help incentivize business owners or investors to put more money into Guam so that we can have a better product overall. Some businesses have continued to make investments. And so I don't think that people are taking advantage of the lull in the fact that they're just being complacent. Some businesses have really taken that on. And then other businesses who have benefited from even the shuttered venue grant or the other ones that they've gotten through the federal program, they have to use that towards certain things, right? So there's a lot of activity taking place through federal dollars, not just military business development, but also out in the community through private sector and even government. A lot of infrastructure is being addressed at this point. And so I think those are the small wins that we have, is while we don't have tourists, as long as we're making these improvements and not being complacent and taking advantage of the dollars that we do have to reinvest in our infrastructure and our facilities and our community, is what we should be doing as a government and as an island.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Be safe.
You too.
Okay, right on. 9:43. Let's keep it going here and go over to, well, just right there, where Tomas Manglotnia is in the house. Good morning.
It's actually weird that he's not on Zoom.
Good morning.
In person, in the flesh. Well, Tomas, are you the one that brought this thing over here? Because you just came from NMI where they're having that surge, and now all of a sudden you're on island. There's crazy numbers. JK.
Well, everyone's in a surge now.
Yeah, so I mean, what's that like to go from Saipan? I mean, I'm thinking coming to Guam, you were maybe like just a little bit more lighter in the load because just a couple days ago our numbers were so low.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a word that isn't COVID fatigue. Like, what's worse than fatigue? But yeah, here we are. And last night, the CNMI is still in its surge also. So
right.
We'll be in it for the long haul.
And speaking of the CNMI, with the very latest, our regional correspondent, Tomas Manglotnia. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning. And so last night, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation reported 58 new cases confirmed for COVID-19. This brings the CNMI total to 3,392 cases since March of 2020. Some other data that was released so far since October 28, there have been 2,498 recoveries. Currently, there are 13 active hospitalizations and 588 active cases. In some good news, the vaccination rate for the CNMI is now at 95.7%. That's a fairly high vaccination rate in this surge. And shifting now to some political news, as we reported in primetime, the CNMI House of Representatives is expected to vote on the full House on the articles of impeachment against the CNMI governor. He faces 6 articles of impeachment, 2 for commissions of felony, 2 for corruption, and 2 for neglect of duty. At least 14 lawmakers will need to vote to impeach Torres, and the pre-filed resolution received 13 signatures. And if 2/3 of the House vote to impeach, the Senate would hold a trial, and at least 6 out of the 9 senators would need to vote to ultimately convict and remove Torres from office. Also from the CNMI House of Representatives, late yesterday, we received notice that House leadership will be allocating funds for the retiree bonuses. They're also proposing a new local stimulus and also the expansion of the premium payments that were recently paid out. And so the House Ways and Means Committee in the CNMI pre-filed a bipartisan House bill to allocate $1.3 million in local funds to fund the bonus for government retirees, totaling $1.3 million. That comes out to about $500 for each retiree. And in the House Committee of Health and Welfare, Tina Sablan introducing the joint resolution to issue a new local stimulus in the CNMI of a payment of $500 per resident and $500 per dependent. She says that this would follow guidelines the same as the federal stimulus packages. And of course, if you're in the CNMI, this would look different from the payments that came through that card that you received. And lastly, the lawmakers in the House want to see an expansion of the premium pay. The joint resolution that they filed proposes to expand the scope of the premium pay bonuses of $1,000 and $5,000 to include other essential workers throughout the government. That includes autonomous agencies, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, and essential workers in the private sector. As we know, Governor Torres previously announced the plan to distribute premium pay to certain frontline government employees funded by ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. And so this joint resolution receiving wide support in the House, wanting to expand, Chris, the premium pay that has been given out to hundreds of frontliners in the CNMI so far.
Tomas, the premium pay, are they giving that only to government employees?
That is right now for public service employees. Yes, government employees. Around 500 received $5,000 premium pay, and around 2,000 received the $1,000 premium pay.
Right.
They did mention, and we've reported on this. They've allocated, I believe, around 30 million total of ARPA for it. And interesting, Mary just talking about how that definition is something that
Correct.
will be debated.
Yeah, but
So-
it's actually not debated. I think it's actually they actually define it in the ARP. I want to say that I've seen something somewhere where they talk about grocery store workers, gas station workers, obviously the healthcare frontliners, the media. So there is an established list of what types of workers would fall under this.
I guess the
essential-
range is there. It just depends
Right.
how far you want to throw it, you know.
Right,
And
yeah.
so this is what the House wants to see. And
So I'm
everyone-
sorry.
yeah.
Are they trying to expand it to include private sector workers?
The announcement that they made, and they said that it would include. They're working on a plan to include that. They're having another press conference on Friday. I'm sure that there'll be more, given that the House has their own proposal. And they also mentioned that while there might not have been an announcement for the public school system or the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, they've gotten their fair share of ARPA funds to support their staff. And so we'll see. I think the money is in the details for this one. So
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how.
and they described it as a first batch, so there's more on the way.
Right, and so in the NMI, you guys got these $500 cash cards.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Every resident.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they're proposing an economic impact
We need money, man.
payment.
I'm sorry, we need money in Guam. Yeah, whether it's a $500 cash card or another maybe more forgiving qualifications for a RISE act. You got to wonder in an
The-
election year, like, are they coming out with something?
Yeah, the House resolution that they outlined, they want to do it as a direct payment because the Visa debit cards that people received are kind of limited to local vendors,
Yeah.
and that was kind of the purpose, is
Yes.
to keep it within.
Right.
But obviously,
That was a good idea, by the way.
Governor Torres, came out with that plan, and so the idea is that the government would be able to load it up, I guess, whenever they like.
Well, okay.
All right.
Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you.
There's a daily question.
Yes, today people already engaging, and so we'll do a roundup later in the week.
Right on.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Chris.
Can we just talk a little bit about what you're working on? Or can we talk about from
Yes,
the
we
from the
can,
files?
yeah.
Okay, just a little
Yeah.
bit. Don't give them too much, bro.
Okay, yeah, well, as KOM celebrates 65 years of its history, we're taking a moment to take a look back, and we are going to be launching From the Files, which is a archive-driven video and podcast series. And in a week or two, maybe in in a week, we will get to take a look at some of the amazing footage and coverage that KOM is known for, and maybe that some of our viewers might
Never have seen before.
not have seen
I'm
before.
so excited about this, man.
And so we're covering everything. I mean, if you just walk through the office, all those tapes in there, that's all we're covering.
I think the big win is we found something to do with all those tapes.
Yeah, and what a
Because
what
I don't know if you think about it but when I walk by those tapes, because I actually worked here when we were using those tapes.
Right.
Oh my God. So
I believe when I first started here way back like 22 years ago, I used to ask, why did they keep and a lot of it is now obsolete technology, but
Yeah.
we still have to have like the old tape players to be able to play them.
So we still have some of the old tape players, right?
But
yeah.
I think the FCC regulation, I might be wrong, but you have to have like at least your last 7 years of broadcast stuff in the event that they ever as your archive. But we collect everything because you never know when we're gonna need we need to see how Guam looked like in the when UOG was literally thatched huts, or we need to know how Super Typhoon Pamela looked or something like that.
I mean, it's just crazy when I can go back there, I can pop in a videotape, and I can watch like a story about a charter day from 1997,
Right.
or Korean Airlines, B-roll,
Right.
the crash B-roll.
Yeah, some really, really powerful footage. And
Can you say what The first
yes,
episode's
the first
gonna
episode, we're taking a look at some of the major typhoons that hit the region. And wow, I mean, for some people who are still alive who went through it, you remember, but maybe it's been a while since you've seen.
There's a whole generation, Tomas, of
Right.
kids who have never been through a major storm. I talk to my kids about it. They look at me like I got something on my head.
And for people that are Chris's age and myself, you know,
Right.
we went through that whole like early '90s like stretch. Well, what we had like
It was
4 in 1
Omar,
year.
Yuri,
Yeah.
Roy. Oh God, yeah.
Right, and
even the little ones, like there was like Typhoon Jack for one point. Like we got 2 days off of school for that, and it just
Right,
blew right
yeah,
by.
yeah.
Yeah, the footage, you're gonna want to see this. It
Yeah.
is quite something,
Ooh,
and
yeah.
it's just the start. I mean, we could be here 24/7 scanning all of these, videos.
And
so.
let me ask, like, as a proud member of Generation Z, how was it to actually hold a videotape in your hand for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I mean, I can't imagine actually splicing stories that way, but it was done. And I mean, as a proud member, like you said, of Gen Z, we're scanning them, and it's part of preserving it too. We want to make sure that we capture these stories because they matter, and they still do after all these years.
Amen. Amen. Dude. Up top. Right on. That's Tomas Maglonia from the
Yeah, guys,
KUAM
link
News
up.
team. Link up, guys.
Link
yeah.
up.
Nomicron.
No.
No, I said no
Oh,
Omicron.
okay.
Like no Omicron. Got
We
it?
do like they do in the movies. Concession.
It's 9:55. Thank you, Tomas.
Thanks, Chris.
We're going to close out the show coming up after the break. This is the link. Good morning.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
On the link, it's the first hump day of the new year, January 5th, 2022. Be safe, guys, please. You can get tested for about an hour more over at TGen. I think they're also doing appointment-only testing at the Northern Public Health. The governor did a whole video. They're going to increase testing hours starting next week. So go get tested, guys, to know your status. As we had the 210 cases last night. Is it Omicron? Well, they don't have factual evidence, but the assumption is yes. And we'll get former Physicians Advisory Group Chair Dr. Hoa Wen on at 8:30. I put out the ask to public health. Just it's a new year. We're in a public health emergency, so we'll see if they can grace us with their presence. We'd really appreciate that. In the meantime, though, we brought you news about local musician Big Ben Nangauta. Just a little update. I was able to talk with his mom this morning. There hasn't been a change. He's still in the intensive care unit. And actually, was talking with the mom, and they're going to organize a GoFundMe, okay? And so they're going to do that, and then we'll tell you guys how you can help. All right, and I know there's just a bunch of people that, Ben has touched their lives, and they want to help too. So just keep listening to the stations at KUAM. I want to give you this Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific, and we are going to do a clip of Ben doing a great cover. Burger King, thank you so much for supporting the local music, and remember, they thank you for driving through on Mondays. Every 10th car gets a free Whopper at Burger King. Again, here's Big Ben Nangauta covering Alan Stone's Give You Blue right here on the link. My name's Chris. For Jason, Joe, Sir, Sabrina, Esta, adios!
Guam, this is Big Ben Nangauta. I'd like to... Hafide Guam, this is Big Ben Nangauta. I'd like to dedicate this to all the frontliners out there. Thank you so much for your support. Hope everybody's safe. Darling, I can't stop the rain. I can't keep you dry. When the shores feel far away, I'll be by your side. When the storms arrive, but darling, I will shelter you. When your skies are gray, and I will give you blue. Darling, I can't move a mountain, 'cause I am just a man. No, I cannot do what happened, but I will understand. I can't work no miracles, but I'll do what I can do. When your skies are gray, and I'll give you blue. Darling, I can't stop the rain, I will dry your tears. No, I cannot do what happened, but I'll make them disappear. And I can't work no miracles, but I'll do what I can do. When your skies are gray, and I'll give you blue.